Over the last several months, I had quite an undertaking. Those of you that know me personally know that I've been keeping fish for a very long time and that I have a massive 300-gallon fish tank. And I had it in this house for about 9 years, give or take. I've moved it multiple times. Back on my old YouTube channel, I had it in different places and was documenting it. Look at fish getting all excited. It's not even feeding time yet. But nonetheless, one of the things I had to do was actually overhaul not just the fish tank itself, but a massive filtration system that I have for it. And this has taken me several months. I had to stage literally everything about it because obviously I couldn't just do everything that was required to do in a very short amount of time. I knew this was going to be massive because last time it took me probably close to 3 months to actually design the system, test it, and all this other stuff, and we're talking like 2014. And so I had to do a whole bunch of planning as it pertains to this tank. I had to figure out how to keep it running, how to remove all of the filtration equipment out of its filter room that's outside of my house. I also had to wait for weather clearing. The winter has been exceptionally cold, even by Florida standards. And so there was a massive issue to do with that, which means that the project got delayed, but in process I was able to kind of get all bits and pieces. I'm still tinkering with a great deal of it. There's a lot of things that need to happen, and it will take me probably another couple to several months to dial everything back in. So to get you an idea, this is a 300-gallon fish tank. It's about 8 feet long. It's about 30 inches deep by 24 inches high. It is elevated, as you see over here. There's cinder blocks on the bottom. Then there's plywood, stand. It's on a sheet of styrofoam. It is acrylic. Getting it into the house was ordeal in itself. With great help from a whole bunch of people, I was able to get it here. And then originally this tank stood over there, and then it moved, and then it moved further this way, and then it rotated, and then it got shoved against here. So just to get you an idea, I travel quite a bit, and a lot of the things that you see here I actually collected in my travels, which is a little hobby of mine to collect driftwood. And so I have things from Florida, I have things from Georgia, I have things from Utah and Colorado and all sorts of other places. The rock itself that you see over there is actually imported from Japan. There's about 120 something pounds of it. This is in the same family as I believe they're called frog stone and cereal stone, if I pronounce it right. And there's a whole different, I'm not that big of an aquascaper, but it's kind of in the same family of that stone. And so one of the things that I wanted was, number one, to save myself money while ordering it. And two, these days getting anything anymore is increasingly more difficult. So I was very excited to see the stone go on sale, and believe it or not, I actually prefer it a lot better to alternatives. For this tank over here, this is my 75-gallon tank. I'm still transplanting things into it. I might have Dragonstone in it, but for time being it has 3D background that I actually pulled out of that tank over there. This is from Universal Rocks, and this background actually sat in my tank for years and years. So as you see, colors haven't faded. That's the crazy part about it. It looks still as if I received it yesterday, and it is. I've never pressure washed it, I've never scrubbed it, I've never, like fish picking at it, have kept it this clean. Like, I have literally never cleaned it. This is about 6 years old now, maybe 5 or so, in any event. So to get you somewhat of an idea of how this whole thing works, outside there's massive filtration equipment. Underneath of this, there's actually 2 FluVolt FX6 filters placed here specifically to filter out particles. They're not for filtration, they're more for just filtering stuff out of the water column. And I just changed water up here not too long ago. I've actually been transporting water from here to here because I'm managing my nitrates that are going through the roof, because I have Amazon V2 soil over there from ADA and the gravel, so ammonia is like all the way up the scale, and so I'm getting water from here to there, putting water back here. All in all, there's about 800 gallons in the system, maybe closer to 900 gallons. And this insanely long video that you are about to see is basically a chronicle of how I had to overhaul the system, how I've designed this. And if you are not interested in building something of the sort, this would be a good time for you to tune out. I appreciate you sticking around this far. But the rest of this video is going to be about 6 hours. Feel free to pause, obviously, come back to it, learn from it, fast forward, etc. All the videos that you're about to see have taken over a period of several months. So let's see what I did and how I did it. So to put this into somewhat of a context, I'm doing this in the aftermath of coronavirus. Supply chain is ruined, and I wasn't able to procure barrels for this project. Nonetheless, I decided to utilize what's available out there in the stores. So here I'm talking about using 3-bucket, 3-barrel method. It's in use in a lot of hydroponics, aquaponics, and also a lot of people use it for pond filtration. And the way it's designed is they're supposed to be elevated, and they all kind of flow into each other through strainers, as you can see. One of the things that I ran into is that myself using K1 fluidized media, it's a little bit too big and too small, so it depends on which one you use, but nonetheless the K1 itself would actually fall through the original grating. So quite unfortunately I had to replace grates on all of them. So I had to order the actual metal plates, and that's why I'm kind of talking about that. There's a total of 6 barrels. Typically when people do a pond setup, they use 3. I decided to go with 6 because I'm already doing it anyways, and I'm just gonna maximize efficiency. And if I ever need to grow my needs in the future, I'll just go ahead and scale up. So here you could see what I've done. I wanted this thing to overflow, but I didn't want it to overflow through the grating specifically, so I drilled a whole bunch of holes. smaller than the size of K1. And basically the way that's designed is after water flows into one, it goes diagonally to another one, where it goes through a 90-degree angle that I'm showing here right now. And then it swirls about the chamber. In the second chamber specifically, it's supposed to be stationary, so static. I've actually done my setup differently. In this video clip specifically, I still wanted to do the original setup, but I ended up doing it backwards. So the way they're designed is there's two static K1 and then there's one dynamic K1. Typically, the last one is the dynamic one, and that's what I'm talking about, where it turns. In the final setup, I've actually reversed the order. I decided that after all the churning in barrel 1, it would be more efficient for me for all that churned up particulates to be filtered through the second and the third, because otherwise I'm going to be forced to use filter flaws, and I'm trying to migrate away from filter flaws to begin with. Every barrel is basically made exactly the same with the exception of the first one. Each one has 3 bulkheads. One of them has 2 bulkheads. And strainers are exactly the same. In this particular video clip, I'm actually using parts just available on hand, as I had a whole bunch of them on order. And I'm just mocking things up. So here you could see K1. There's 4 little kind of cubey things, and the way the K1 works is it grows beneficial bacteria on the inside of those little squares, and then the outside gets knocked off. So my final goal was to channel both of the sides of 3 barrel setup into this one final chamber that would go from 3 on either side into 1. And so here I am showing, as it was at the time, my 300-gallon fish tank with its previous cape. And I'm talking about how the overflows currently flow down. In initial setup of my 300-gallon tank, I actually, right where I'm pointing, I forgot to design it properly, and so when I drilled the hole, I couldn't fit a standpipe in there for the outflow. And so, unfortunately, instead of fixing it then and there, I struggled for like 8 years before I got. So I ended up putting a check valve on the outside infiltration room. This up here is basically emergency overflow, because I have drip system into my tank. Any excess would go down and outside. The second pipe with a 90-degree angle is one of the outflows. I'm actually using 1.5" PVC for everything. Normally people go from 3/4 inch in to 1.5" out. But the way I design my system is all of my pipes are 1.5". And so cichlids at the time were mighty happy. I was happily growing plants, and everybody was in good order. Here I'm showing drip. And this is me talking about the drainage on pipe number 1. Pair of Jack Dempsey's, and pipe number 2 and pipe number 3. So the reason why they are important to the setup is because I'm going to have one go into one set of barrels, the other go into another set of barrels, and then also have a third that would go into aquaponics system. In addition to that, I am going to be housing all of my plants, or majority of them, in the plastic containers. Do not make the same mistake that I had when I was recording this video. I just mucked it up and I totally forgot that I have left the gasket for literally every single bulkhead on the wrong side, which resulted in leakage, and it took me forever to figure out why it was leaking. So just make sure that when you mock things up, you mock things with gaskets in the right places. So each one of them has been bought at Home Depot, and 55 gallons each. They're about 48 inches by, I believe, 20 something by 19-ish or thereabouts. The goal there is to put two of them in line on either side along with the barrels. So basically replicating the setup. And here I'm kind of dragging just to demonstrate how it goes. And those would be going before the 3-barrel setup. So from my fish tank, it would be going into the tubs, and then from the tubs, it would be going into the barrels at the end. Inside each chamber, I plan to use lava stone and use hydroponic cups to put a whole bunch of plants, with some gravel, obviously, and so on and so forth. So here I'm talking about importance of designing everything so that it's flowing through gravity, which means that you need to actually, the way the 3-barrel system is designed is they're supposed to be going down. So your first barrel has to be elevated, the second one has to be below it, and the third one has to be below that. And your final barrel needs to be below the other 4. So you have to think about how much you need to raise them. However, I actually had to do it within the constraints of greenhouses that were going to replace my metal shed. And in the videos to come, the video clips to come, I'm talking about how I wasn't able to fit all of this in the original shed, which have inspired me to purchase 2 Harbor Freight greenhouses, put them side by side, or back to back rather. And so at this point, I'm just trying to figure out, like, I have a general concept in my head about how I want to do it, but I still wasn't sure whether I do it horizontally or perpendicular or in what particular phase. And I was recording all those videos for my family members, so that's why you don't hear the original audio. But in any event, my goal was to make sure that it all drains properly. That I'm actually pointing to bottom drain, which means that when the time is right to clean the filter, you have a bottom drain available. So here I took my trailer to Lowe's, bought a whole bunch of 2x6s. The reason for that is I had to design stairs on which I would place the barrels. And I don't particularly recall how many 2x6s I bought, but I ended up buying a heck of a lot more. So here you see me point at the IVC tote that's connected in line with the original filtration equipment. I use that for my very rapid water changes, and also to temporarily house fish, if I was indeed doing something on the inside. And so typically I would drain it with the discharge hose all the way to the ditch. And over time it has proved to work. I mean, it doesn't look super pretty, but it does the job. It has a timer on it, for like a typical garden timer, plus a valve, and plus there's a whole bunch of, because I had to close it for winter time, that's why you see 3 ball valves in there. So winter time, it's actually bypassing IBC tote entirely, and water flows through the IBC tote, but doesn't fill the IBC tote. And summertime, obviously, that would get filled with water and stay filled for the most part. And so all of my original filtration was actually stored in the shed that's right next to IBC tote. Here I'm talking about how the pipes would be connecting, both of them. And this up here is typical barrels that I was using for years and years. My problem with them over time is they're just way too big for my needs. I also have this big jungle of pipes that, like, unfortunately, when you have a big tank and you're trying to keep it running, you don't have the luxury of just shutting everything off, and so you're forced to just keep making changes to things as they are, and that's why it looks so messy. But my goal was that it would be functional. And so what I just showed was the emergency drain that's connected to one of the standpipes. It would any excess would go down this blue hose that you're seeing. The rest of the pipes are basically the outflows. Those are the 3 standpipes on the inside of the tank. And then I also have this crazy contraption for my Harbor Freight water pump that's been leaking like crazy. And again, this isn't something, because I didn't have a standpipe for the pump. I couldn't just disconnect it, because otherwise the entire tank would drain in seconds. So I had to engineer at the time, as I was doing things, to flow at the level so that it flows just below the inside of. It was a mess. The tons of pipes all over the place. Mercifully, I was more fixated on function over form, so none of that really bothered me all too much. Here I have a Mr. Frog that decided to drown himself, so I'm just fishing him out of there. Unrelated to this video. The 2 barrels that you see over there, one is used for the return pump, and the other one is used for K1 coldness fluidized media. So under this big refugium that you're looking at, that's where I have my K1. So 2 of the pipes would drain into this big, I believe it's called German sump, if I'm not mistaken. It actually came with the fish tank when I bought it. And then I bought this particular one on the left from somebody who was retiring a kid something fish touch program or something. In any event, the goal for all the water was to drain into this one little area, into filter floss, and that was always a mess. If anybody is using filter floss, you know exactly what that is. Here I have basically 4 cubic feet of K1 aerated through a 110 liter pump. Those guys last usually about 3 years or so. I think I'm on the 3rd one as it stands now. And so my goal with all this crazy piping and all this crazy drainage was to simplify it as much as I could, and also get rid of this. Because this is one variable that, like, you physically have to service it on a regular basis. And if you're gone on vacation, or you have to, trust this to your neighbors or your friends or whatever, it's just one of those things. I want my tank to be self-sufficient. And one of the things that I ran into this winter has been super cold. And that little red thing that you see on the bottom, not in the bag, but every once in a while it pops into a shot, is actually a 900 watt heater. So this metal shed is actually horrible for maintaining temperature. like that heater would work, right? But my electric bill was absolutely not worth having to mess with any of this. It did its job. Let's just leave it in the past. A lot of the pipes, as you see here, have been designed and redesigned, and I tried to scramble as fast as I could by adding things and moving things while keeping the system running. So over the 9 years, it clearly has turned into a mess. And one of the biggest problems that I had, and I just pointed to it, is that everything began leaking, especially during wintertime. The seals would break, the rubber would shrink, the gaskets would shrink, and it would just start leaking. And it was time for me to disassemble all of this, as I would on an annual basis, to fix the leaks. And I thought that this would be the most appropriate time for me to actually just fix it once and for all. So one of my goals was to take this IBC tote and actually cut it out of the system and move it out. Obviously, in order for me to fit 2 Harbor Freight greenhouses that would occupy this entire space, I had to move both the IBC tote and the actual shed. So one of the things that I had to do was engineer that solution. So IBC would be very easy for me to cut and then slide out. And then I would have to slide the shed out. And in order for me to slide the shed out, I would have to take all of the filter equipment that's inside the shed and temporarily set it up to the side. And just like I mentioned in the previous beginning of this video, temperature was a factor. We had a really cold winter in Florida, and because all of this would be exposed to the elements, I was very severely delayed by weather. So another thing that I couldn't do is I couldn't move all of the equipment and replumb everything. I had to maintain everything at the height that it was at. So I had to cut the pipes and move the equipment and put it next to the house. That was just a thing. So, but before any of that happened, I had to start engineering the steps for the barrels. So here's me cutting a whole bunch of lumber. I decided to do it right on the trailer since it was already there, and then I started carrying it to the back, assembling. So the bottom piece, I believe, measures about 6 feet long or so. And I tried my best to make it as square as humanly possible. And then, there's the second stair and the third stair. So the second, I think, is about 48 inches long. And the third stair is about 24 by 24, I believe. And so I actually had to build 2 of them without having them in place. So a lot of the things that I have built had to be disassemblable, if that's even a word, so that I could move and rotate them in and out. So here you could see somewhat semi-completed stairs in this shot. To the back of the trailer, you could see stair threads that got used as a platform. I'm a little bit upset that all that space underneath the lumber is being wasted. I really wish I could have repurposed it into something, but whatever. So here you could see me mock assembling barrels in a way that they're supposed to. So they're staircase down. And so there's diagonally located pipes going on, and you could see strainers the way it's supposed to be designed. And here I'm talking about trying to figure out what's the most efficient way of getting water from the plastic tote refugiums into here. Initially, I was going to channel it all the way down. In the final design, I have done it sort of halfway into the barrel. And I don't know if it was a good idea or not. I may actually still cut the pipe even shorter. So here I'm talking about how water will overflow through the holes that I've drilled. And then if for whatever reason holes would get plugged, anything extra would actually flow through the grate. But the way it's designed is 100% of the flow is actually supposed to be going through the drilled holes. At this point, I more or less started realizing that it would be best to have this first thing actually be dynamic. So this is how you would clean the barrels. This is very typical for the 3-barrel setup. That's a gate valve that's connected to all 3. And every barrel has same exact valve on the bottom. In case you're wondering where and how to find those valves, they're made by a company called Volterra and Camco. It's an RV dump valve, and they come in 3-inch and 1.5-inch setups. And so water would go down diagonally. This is where I'm willing to admit my mistakes. I have cut everything properly, and everything was designed to work exactly the way it was supposed to work. Swirl and settle and all this other stuff. What I did not realize is in the gluing process, and I'm gonna get to it later on in the videos, is that you need to glue things one piece at a time, not a whole bunch of pieces, because it turns into a mess and you screw things up in process. But nonetheless, every barrel here, I keep calling them barrel, I guess trash can. This is made by a company called Brute, Rubbermaid Brute, but I'll just keep calling them barrels because it's easier. Second side is exactly the same. Now at this point, I'm talking about connecting both of them from the third and final barrel out towards the very final one. About 10-15 minutes ago, I mentioned in my living room about placing an additional barrel for the pump. So that's basically what the goal was, to take 6 barrels and make them flow into one, basically. And here I'm talking about potentially building something on top of the barrels. So my original goal at the time when I was filming this video was to actually buy just one Harbor Freight greenhouse. What I didn't realize is that this setup wouldn't work, and eventually I would migrate to 2. And I had to make sure that in the new setup, the height of the pipes would be in all the right places. Again, even that got completely redesigned in the process. And one of the reasons why this video is going to be so long is because you could see how you could design all you want, but it's not until you start really messing with things that you discover that is just not going to work. So at this point in me filming, this is sometime in, I think it was December or November of 22. I still thought that I could get away with using one Harbor Freight greenhouse and place the refugiums right on top of them. Like design some sort of platform and then make it drain, and then it would somehow circle and then go into that final barrel somehow. And I also had to engineer it in such a way that during cleaning it would all flow in the right direction and all of that stuff. All of that equipment made its way outside and back into my house so many times because I was marking things up and trying to make it work. And here I thought about putting beams, like 4x4 beams, and attaching them to the actual stairs to build a platform for refugiums. And that's what you see me here discuss. I actually ended up doing something of the sort, but in a completely different way. I ended up designing that specific thing on top of my refugiums for the aquaponics system that I ended up putting. This is exact moment when I realized that my design will not work how I thought it was going to work. Because I was recording this and while holding this little chunk of 2x6, and I realized that the height of all the pipes wouldn't work because the height of the actual greenhouse is only 48 inches. And even if you raise it some, it's still not going to be enough. The total height, I believe, would have been like 70 something inches or something like that. And then I realized that since that's not gonna work, I'm gonna have to do something about all those pipes. Here you could see me marking things up with refugiums on top of the barrels. This is how it would have been if I would have built it that way. I just used a couple of cinder blocks and a couple of 2x6s to just get myself an idea of how it would have looked. And as you can see, it's actually quite elevated. So goal was to place multiple 2x6s underneath the span of the containers. I think it's like 3 or so that I ended up using. And then there's about 7 stairs. 7 or so cinder blocks. And I believe I'm about to pan the camera up at one point or another. You could see how it's already way, way high. See, it's basically unobtainable at this point. This was my design, how I thought it was going to be. And it's just physically impossible to fit this amount of height under the greenhouse of Harbor Freight, even if you elevate the actual greenhouse. So each barrel is probably about 30 inches or so. The top stair is 6 plus 6 plus 6, so about 18. And then containers are about, like 19 inches. And so it's just physically impossible. But at the very least, what I've done was I've taken this exact design and basically put all of it into a second greenhouse. So all the steps that I was doing at this particular time were not in vain. As you see, the outflow of those three pipes would not be, you just couldn't connect. So I had to lower the refugium way down, otherwise I would have to pump it. And my goal was to make everything gravity fed. On the bright side, this major setback that I had worked probably to the best of my of the outcome. So I started clearing space, in anticipation of moving things to and from. My temporary stair setup had to be moved, obviously, because all of the filtration would have to migrate here. The problem that I ran into is I ran out of cinder blocks. I had a whole bunch underneath my 75-gallon tank inside of the house. And that was basically it. So that was a somewhat of a unexpected turn of events. I had some cinder blocks here in this room, obviously, but as you see, they were in use. So I had to engineer and orchestrate the move while procuring more cinder blocks. Also had to disconnect access to a freshwater pipe that I was just showing. That got cut and incorporated right there-ish into the new greenhouse setup. And so that piece I have not moved. But what I was talking about is in that exact space, historically, there's tons of leaves and gunk and all sorts of other crap. So I wanted to move my greenhouses a little bit further from the wall. Here I'm just trying to figure out how far do I have to move this to get me going, while somehow slide all of this out. And another thing that I didn't want to do, I didn't want to destroy a lot of these pipes, but PVC becomes extremely brittle with age. So a lot of this PVC pipe is 9 years old, and in trying to save as much of it, I had so much of it fracture on me. So I had to scramble during the process of actually, dismantling everything to reconnect everything using what pieces I had left. Because I didn't want to touch brand new PVC to use with the old stuff. I was basically trying to recycle old stuff, which was actually a huge mistake. In retrospect, I wish I could have just closed my eyes on the whole thing and just thrown out all this PVC from years past. At the time, I didn't particularly realize it. So as part of this move, I had to get all of my guppy fish out of there. They never come out from there. And I also had to move the plants temporarily. And I had to move the water out of there temporarily of both refugiums and save as much of it as possible. There was another faux pas on my end. I didn't anticipate how heavy it was. I tried to move it with gravel. That was a huge mistake, so I ended up taking gravel out as well. So here I'm talking about where components that are inside this shed have to be outside of the shed. That when I move the shed, that everything is placed in the right place. And no matter how much I engineered it, I still made a very significant mistake that I then had to rectify. I ended up placing components 1 foot, a little bit in the wrong place, kind of deal. So I had to cut pipes all over again. This is after I've actually reassembled everything, because otherwise I wouldn't, be able to fit the greenhouses. So here I'm discussing where the back of the greenhouse would have been going forward. 2 of them would be 16 feet long by 6 foot wide, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. And I still wanted to have space on either side to, work around. Here's both of the greenhouses on the back of my trailer. Purchased at Harbor Freight. Still in original boxes. I also purchased extra lumber to raise my greenhouses, because I realized that the way everything had to be, even with my refugiums now being housed in the second greenhouse, to make everything gravity fed, I still have to raise my greenhouses. And here I'm discussing how I'm going to move IBC tote out of the way. If you noticed, I've cleared out just about everything out of there to help myself. This is me temporarily dismantling refugium number 2 while keeping refugium number 1 in operation so that my fish tank could continue to exist. This was a very stressful moment for me, because I couldn't afford to shut off my fish tank because I was on a time crunch. So by this point, you see that I've disconnected the IBC tote, hence the round holes. Here is where I had to relocate the PVC pipes that previously went that way. Made them to basically dangle and then go down into the final barrel up here to basically remove the bypass that otherwise would have gone to refugium and to the IBC tote. And as you see, I've cut the pipe for the fresh water. That's the thing on the bottom. I temporarily, believe it or not, duct taped the ball valve to it because my drip system was actually dripping into my tank. And I was trying my best to keep everything as it was to prevent anything. So naturally, IBC tote was blocked by the trailer, and I had to move it out so that I could start hauling all the boxes and components of the greenhouses. Another thing I wanted to do was make the greenhouse construction a lot easier on myself. So here I've shut down basically Refugium 1, Refugium 2. K1 is in that barrel that's covered. And this is how I temporarily moved all the stuff. Here I'm complaining to my family about just how unprepared I was for the whole thing. After draining water and basically trying to slide, because I couldn't really lower it all the way to the ground because I had to raise it back up again. So I was trying to engineer a solution through use of trash cans. What I didn't anticipate was how heavy gravel was. There must have been easily 100 pounds plus of gravel in there. I had to scoop it all out in the most awkward pose possible because there's not a lot of space between top of that refugium and the roof. That's what I'm basically talking about. All the plants out of there had to be moved into barrel temporarily. All the trash, garbage, PVC pipes, anything else that used to be in this, all had to come out as well. And here I was basically talking about how I got it down. I shimmy shifted it out of place. I placed it on top of one barrel and second barrel and just started doing the whole sliding exercise. From barrel to trash can and then trying to rotate it. I have heavy vegetation right behind me, which further complicated things. So as you might imagine, trying to move an object that's 48 inches by like 20 something inches was a big pain. So this is the gravel that I scooped out of there. This is Fluvolt fluoride, which got recycled into the new refugium system. But nonetheless, I was able to kind of place it where it would go temporarily. And I found a couple of cinder blocks in there to elevate it. Here's me talking about how the original sump was designed and why it wouldn't work with. There's been way too many holes drilled into it over the years by myself and previous owners, and everything was loose, and that's the reason why it was leaking. And holes were drilled wrong diameter. I mean, it was like a mess. Here's 2 extra holes. I did not throw out this sump simply because of my emotional attachment to it. If I ever learn how to weld acrylic with like weld on 16, I would love to pressure wash this thing and actually just cover up every single hole that doesn't belong there, because the actual sump is actually pretty darn good. But it was not used in the setup. So this was the touch tank that I bought from a charitable organization that was, I guess, out of business or something. As you see, there's a whole bunch of things dripping. This, as I was cutting things, complicated so much because all this piping started to leak. And I had to scramble. Yeah, and another thing, I also had to mark things of what they were originally, because once you start cutting pipe, you have no idea what's what. So the 1/2-inch PVC pipe on the bottom is actually electricity that was supplied into the shed. And that actually went in the corner of the shed behind the cinder blocks. Here I'm talking about moving barrels of K1 and also the pump. Another problem is when you are trying to do something like this, you're trying to save as much water as humanly possible. You can't just drain it. because like at this point your media is dying. So you're on somewhat of a time crunch. This is me talking about PVC fracturing. About half of all plumbing broke off as I was trying to cut it. That was such a big problem. So all that pile over there that you see through the trees, that all had to come out. It so much of it was just like breaking with every cut. It was sickening. But I was still very much determined to make it work. So this is my PVC cutter that's rated for that diameter pipe that I've been using for years. I think in the future I'm actually going to switch to either Milwaukee or Cobalt powered PVC cutter, because I think it's time for me to grow out of it. So in this clip, you could see me having moved the shed a little bit. Mercifully, shed doesn't weigh anything, hardly. So it was fairly easy for me to slide it out. At this point, I'm filthy, tired, covered in glue because I was trying to glue all the pipes. As you see by this absolutely ridiculous looking arch, I had to maintain the pipes in the right places. And this is where I screwed up, because I have placed the cinder blocks and the 2x6s and 2x4s 1 foot a little bit too close towards myself in this video. That was a problem that I then had to rectify. There was water all over the place. At this point, I'm talking about how I switched to a handsaw trying to cut PVC because it was just like fracturing on me. By the way, if you're working with PVC, always wear safety goggles. It terrifies me when people do anything with PVC without glasses. So all that mess of pipes had to be temporarily rerouted into the right places. And that's when I started running into issues with pipes kind of climbing all over each other. But whatever, you know what? My goal was to, as quickly as I could, reconnect things and keep things, because I couldn't really, at this point in the project, I couldn't screw anything up that was already working, because that would have been an additional pain in the ass for me to deal with, and I just wasn't prepared. This setup had to have lasted me for extended period of time while I was putting greenhouses together, while I was putting the filtration thing together, and I didn't want to. Another thing I had to do was take all the crooked, weird chunks of PVC that I cut out and somehow repurpose them. So this is the reason why you see so many couplings, because I was just trying to recycle the old PVC pipe as much as I could. This is where I reached into my stash that was actually meant for the new filtration thing, because I ran out of parts. That proved to be a problem, because then what ended up happening, my local Lowe's ran out of parts permanently. And it's been like 3 months or so, this being April 1st as I'm recording this, of 2023 that they've been out of 90-degree angles. I had to drive out of my way to Home Depot. It was just a big mess. But nonetheless, this worked. I had to kind of connect things as they were based on where they had to be. That's just me talking about, the barrel that you see on the bottom right, you could see how much of it was leaking. It's all calcified. Changes had to have been made, and as you could see by everything being wet, it was just like leaking from every pore in the system. And here I'm using a scraper to just scrape off all the gunk and all the bad juju. Had some spare cinder blocks that I had to temporarily set to the side. This ran me into another problem. To temporarily set all of this up, I used all of my available cinder blocks by that point, and I didn't realize that I ran out of cinder blocks to the point where I wasn't. I basically had to disassemble my 75-gallon tank on the inside to get cinder blocks from underneath of it. This is the type of PVC glue that I use. There's a whole bunch of different products on the market. I use this one specifically because it is super aggressive and it bites very quickly. The downside versus like a clear that you see in the picture here, clear takes much longer for you to solidify, which gives you a little bit more room to play with the pipes. When you're using blue glue, because it's so hot, if you screw up with how you put components together, you basically screw up. But the advantage is it does it so much faster. So here I'm trying to figure out how to reconnect my air pump back, and where things have to be, and where I have to move the shed, and all of that stuff. This IBC tote actually ended up going on top of the trailer. And I'm pointing with my finger to where I had to move my greenhouses, so off the trailer, basically. Here I'm talking about how the shed is wobbly when I was moving it, which is actually a good thing because it helped me to move it. It's not anchored to anything. And I'm just trying to visualize how I'm gonna move it over the grass and the hump and everything else that's in there. And there in the corner you could see my outlet. I decided to recycle it and reuse it in the new garden shed. And this is when I realized that all of this was in the wrong place. I wish it was off by, like, the cinder blocks had to be moved basically. So I had to engineer a contraption to hold the pipes that I have already glued in a way that I could cut them again and then move the cinder blocks. And so it was just like, oh my god, what am I doing? But again, you don't know any of that until you actually start messing with it. Here I'm talking about clearances, about where both of the greenhouses would have to be. As you see, I've moved all the plants back in there. I kept gravel out of there because I was not going to scoop gravel out for the second time. This is when I realized that because I moved my filtration system, I couldn't very easily take the stairs and place them where I wanted through this tiny little hole that I'm walking through right now, because it would be hidden on everything. So in future, I ended up actually walking all the way around. And again, all of this was temporary while I was, building the greenhouse and all this other stuff. And when I say temporary, I mean it literally had to. It was intended to last me for like a couple of weeks at most. It ended up being several months. This is when it was time for me to start figuring out what to do with the greenhouse. I have watched enough YouTube tutorials on trying to figure out how and what and stuff. And what I was gonna do is actually lay this out on the field. And because I had two of them, so I bunched up the parts by the number, 1 through, I believe, 38 or so on the grass. And doing that actually proved to be very useful because assembly was really super duper easy. At this point, I was assembling greenhouse number 1. Instructions were absolutely atrocious. But at the very least, looking at the picture and looking at the YouTube videos, you kind of sort of figure out what needs to be done. The way people build greenhouses is they start with a frame. I didn't do it like that. I built both of greenhouses without frame. So they were actually square to themselves. They were slightly crooked, but that wasn't that big of a deal because once I started raising them on a frame, they became, more or less square in the way that they're supposed to be. And there's a bunch of hardware and nuts and bolts and all the missing parts and whatnot. Because I was assembling this alone, I was just trying to figure out ways of how to hold parts. So I was using buckets and other means to hold pieces and components together. As I'm looking, this is actually the back of the greenhouse, and now I'm panning back to where the front of the greenhouse would be, and the door and everything like that. And because everything is super duper flimsy at this point, I'm having to keep buckets in place. There's channels where the bolts slide into. There's tons of tutorials on how to assemble those things. I'm just kind of explaining it to my family at this point. And at the time when I recorded this clip, that horizontal bar was actually placed wrong. I eventually flipped it. This is the so-called gutter. In my opinion, it is so incredibly useless. Other than just collecting garbage, it serves absolutely no purpose in the greenhouse. And here I'm talking about how I'm gonna assemble the roof. But assembly of this gives you an idea of why I had to move my filtration system. Because I had to engineer all of this in its new place where it's supposed to be and build everything while leaving the old stuff in place. Alright, so a little bit further along in the process, added a few more bits and bobs and side pieces and roof pieces, as you can see, including the top beam. So this is actually a very good indication. You could see how this greenhouse is so much lower than the previous shed. And so this horizontal beam over here is sitting at about 48 inches. So it's really not that tall. So people that buy greenhouses, they're typically listed by the total height, so like 6 feet. But you don't think about having to tilt your head. Like, I'm 5'9", and this was cramped with a capital C. So obviously I had to lift it for a completely different reason, but because I lifted it, walking inside of it became so much easier. And once you start assembling the roof pieces and the side pieces, entire construction stiffens up substantially. Plastic pieces that come with it for gutters, they're complete garbage. Other than the top roof piece that goes right there where I'm pointing, the rest of it isn't necessary at all, in my opinion. Alright, so further along in process, I'm starting installing windows. Put a whole bunch of diagonal pieces in place, rafters, that kind of stuff. The panels in the greenhouse are made from polycarbonate. And actually this would be a good point for me to mention that in case you're looking on how to build yourself the cheapest possible lid for your fish tanks, you could actually go to Lowe's or Home Depot and buy 48 by 96 panel of polycarbonate, I think, for about 80 to 100 bucks, if I'm not mistaken. And that's what I have on top of my 300-gallon tank. As you see, this is where the issue was. I had my door, and all the cinder blocks that are over there, the door was like literally right up against it. And where the greenhouse had to be in the future was actually in place of cinder blocks. But at this point, I was determined to, at the very least, finalize construction of this one in the place where it was. This is the door that I'm pointing out. And this is where the refugiums would be going. And as you see, that'd be bumping up against the roof, which is the reason why the greenhouses had to be lifted to prevent that from happening. Alright, further along in the process, this is more or less entire frame constructed. And this is me demonstrating why you should anchor your greenhouses if they are freestanding. As you see, this is actually tucked away behind two walls of my house, and I have an entire row of tropical vegetation on the other side of the greenhouse as well. So this is fairly sheltered from the wind. This is how I temporarily set up my electricity. I got extremely lucky. In all the time that I was doing all of this, we had somewhat of a dry spell. We didn't have much rain at all, if any, really. But at this point, at least that was functioning, so that's good. So here I'm discussing how, the second greenhouse would have to be placed right behind it, and how this one has to be moved 1 foot closer towards me where I stand right now. Here I'm talking about my disillusionment with gunk and accumulation of just typical stuff that settles in your refugiums. Something that I would prefer to avoid, which is the reason why in my new setup I actually use lava stones. And also, there's going to be an air-driven kind of way to dislodge particles and just make them flow further out. So this is where I'm talking about how I can't move stairs in because of all the equipment in place. And I'm just discussing on how I need to cut pipes and move things all over again. How frustrated I was with having to basically undo everything that I've done. And I'm trying to salvage the situation by which, like, I can't move those pipes, right? But I'm gonna have to move those pipes, kind of deal. This is the sliding door of the greenhouse. I was discussing how it didn't want to open and close. I basically what happens is if you don't use a foundation, it takes the bottom track of the door and discombobulates it and makes it all cockeyed and everything like that. This is that strip on the bottom. And so you do kind of sort of have to use a foundation, otherwise the door will not want to open and close. And that's the channel that I was talking about. But by this point, because it's resting on its own weight, the actual bottom trim is slightly cockeyed, which is what's preventing the door from opening and closing. And this is me demonstrating the low clearance. Me being 5'9", the top of this being 6 foot. So this had to I don't know why they initially don't make them taller. I'm actually quite surprised. It just seems weird, but whatever. I still haven't addressed the windows. Here I'm talking about, ventilating the green shed. I've been keeping an eye on it. Now that it's been finished and complete, temperature inside is about 85, 86 degrees. I'm blessed that this setup is actually somewhat in the shade. So this is me having moved the IBC tote to the back of the property. Second tote, I never ended up using it. I bought it 9 years ago. Well, I bought two of them 9 years ago and only used one. So I transported the one that was in use on the trailer, got it off the trailer, and then had to slide it back, right next to the one right there. And the reason why I had to move it is because I had to move the shed out so I could start building my greenhouse number 2. Side of my house looked like a garbage dump for a very long time while I was working on the project. This is where we started having immediate cold freezes. And things once again started leaking because things shrink and contract. What I ended up doing, I put a panel of polycarbonate on top of that refugium, and I covered every barrel with a lid, basically, to try and preserve the temperature in there as much as I could. So this is me having moved the old shed out of there in place where a trailer used to sit. You could see how it cleared up all the space. But the problem was I needed to move this greenhouse by 1 foot that way, and I'm also discussing a possibility of moving it closer to the wall. But at the same token, I wanted to be able to walk on either side of the greenhouse. So this is where the shed sat for probably close to almost month and a half or 2 months or thereabouts. This is me discussing how I'm gonna get this electrical outlet back in the greenhouses. In process of messing about my fish tank through the years, I've had to cut holes into this thing, and so some of the panels had to come in and out, and it's all banged up between Hurricane Irma and Hurricane Ian. But it's still alive and kicking, so I'll give it that much. I actually used HVAC aluminum tape to cover up holes for time being. I think in the future eventually I'll change the panels. The downside of having this shed right there is it restricted access to my house for myself, the delivery people. So over the next month and a half, that was a big pain in the ass to walk around. So this is where I'm talking how having those little plastic pieces doesn't do you any good, and how I was going to connect both of the greenhouses together. So one of the thoughts that I had at the time was to take 2x4s or 2x6s and basically attach them to where my hand is. And I ended up using the aluminum HVAC tape just to kind of stick them together. And the reason why is because if I ever have to move any of this stuff, it would be very easy for me to just cut the tape instead of having to unscrew things and all of that. And also, this is where I discovered that this exact bar is number one connected wrong. It should be actually flipped 180 degrees. And also this bar was blocking entryway from between greenhouse number 1 and number 2. So eventually I actually had to cut it. And at this particular time, removal of it was a big pain because I had to twist some components, but I flipped it eventually. And this is what I was actually going to replicate. I looked on the other side of the greenhouse and I noticed how the perpendicular piece was actually moved up to where the door frame was. So if I cut it like so and actually moved it up, I'd still be able to walk underneath of it while maintaining that structural integrity. Alright, so this is me having assembled both of them end to end. So this will get you an idea of how, and this is actually in its final resting place. Other than the fact that I slid it forward by about a foot or so. There's plenty of space on this side for me to walk between the wall, which actually came in handy, believe it or not, as I was setting everything up. And even now, up to this point, I am constantly walking in between the house and the greenhouses. So I'm discussing where refugiums are going to go. And refugiums are actually going to slide right underneath this crossbar that you see in the picture here. And there would be an additional barrel over there. This is how it's going to go underneath. And so this is actually the reason why I had to lift the greenhouses, because as you see with the cinder blocks and the horizontal 2x6 over there, they'd be hitting the top of it. And then all of that had to be gravity fed down with the staircases. So that's the reason why it's being lifted. I ended up lifting it with 2x6s. I could have actually lifted it higher, but the cost of lumber these days is just prohibitive to just go out and randomly spend more money. And I was trying to maintain some sort of budget. At this point, I still thought that my water supply would be going on either side. I ended up not doing that. And I was also discussing where I'd be cutting holes in the lumber for pipes to go through, kind of deal. So this is where I'm discussing where greenhouse has to be. And how all of this literally has to move. Like, I painted myself in the corner by that point, where having to cut was, inevitable, basically. And I was just trying to engineer how to make that happen without making a giant mess out of it. And you could see one of the lids that I used to try and hold as much of a temperature as possible. Days were getting cold, like probably like 42 degrees at night, which having all this equipment outside was obviously nerve-wracking. Having removed it from the shed that I could at least maintain temperature at. So this is me talking about how I'm trying to angle it in a completely different way, basically reverse all those pipes, and have to cut pipes and just how to support them while moving cinder blocks out of the way. And also I had to move it slightly closer to the wall as well, because I couldn't walk between the palm trees. Well, they're technically called white bird of paradise in the shed. And so here I'm discussing where fresh water is going to be in the setup, and how if I was to move the greenhouses, its location is not optimal. So I'm gonna have to re-engineer how fresh water is supplied into the new filtration room. Here I'm basically saying why I can't just cut all of the pipes, because once I do, it's gonna cost 300 gallons of water to rush out, which is the reason why I had to basically remove 3D background out of my 300 gallon tank. I didn't anticipate myself removing it, but because I had to remove it, specifically because of this pipe, it had to come out, and that's the reason why I showed it in my 75-gallon tank instead. But in doing so, in prying it off the back wall of my tank, I was able to actually put a standpipe in it after 9 years. Something that I should have done 9 years ago. And then this is me talking about how in trying to move things it started leaking, so I added some silicone in place to just... So again, all of this was temporary, and I couldn't make permanent fixes to all of this. And the reason why I was leaking is because I had to reattach the ball valve in it, and I couldn't do that if I closed it, so I had to attach it open while I was shooting the water out, basically without glue. That's what ended up happening. So that's the top of the tank that I'm showing, where that is in relationship to all the other pipes. There's the... So this is me talking about engineering that standpipe. This is where the new barrel would be for the pump, and that barrel technically would have to be right where pipes are coming out of the house, so that in itself gives you an idea of just how far greenhouse is from where it has to be. It's like almost 3 feet or so that it had to slide over. And so I was discussing whether to just leave it in place and then go down and then do a few 90-degree angles, but then I'm gonna have a mess of pipes, or just move my greenhouse, but then I'd have to move all the filtration. So I was rather tormented, to say the least. And obviously because of all of this, I couldn't begin building filtration setup inside greenhouses until I figured out where they would be in their final resting place. So this is me showing where the tape would go between the two. So you could see, like, the greenhouses are actually not attached to each other. Other than being anchored to 2x6s, the only thing that connects the two is just the aluminum HVAC tape. That's all. This is where I was demonstrating a possibility of using like either a 2x4 or a 2x6, and why I ultimately just opted out for using HVAC tape. But this is how normally people connect. Like if you ever look at any tutorials on how to connect Harbor Freight greenhouses together, this is how most people do it. They actually build a frame from 2x4s in between the two, whether it's a 10x12 or 8x6 greenhouse, it's the same thing. I didn't want to do that simply because if I ever have to move the greenhouses, that would be just an additional thing I'd have to deal with. And more importantly, if you space out your things, then you're gonna have to do the full frame all the way around, which just further complicates things. At least at this point, my comfort was that my temporary filtration setup was working. So I basically channeled all of my energy in just doing, engineering aspect of things and trying to place them, in the right space initially. I ended up making severe mistakes in process because I over engineered something. Using the wrong parts for the job kind of thing, and I'll cover that a little bit further in the video. Impact driver plus a screwdriver works wonders. Honestly, I was able to put together like the difference when I was stumbling through construction of the first one. Building second one took me maybe hour and a half at the most. By the way, if you're gonna do something like that, I would highly advise that you don't attach any panels to greenhouses until you finish everything, because I needed every possible access point and angle to glue things and access things, and even after the fact, I'm constantly removing panels even right now, as a matter of fact. Having access to all of this. Eventually, obviously, I'm gonna, secure it with clips and everything like that, and, use silicone and whatnot. And here I'm discussing how, in case I ever need to move my windows, I could just slide them to, a more appropriate space. This is me moving greenhouse. As you see, it's actually quite light. So I'm trying to figure out how close do I want to be to the wall so that I could still be able to walk. In between, the wall and it. Ultimately, what I ended up doing, I left it right in its current place and just slid it forward. So this is me discussing raising both of them by 6 inches to slide the plastic tubs underneath of it. And then doing the whole staircase exercise. This would have been the place for barrel number 2. I designed it in such a way that I could technically acclimate fish. For time being, I'm keeping multiple bags of lava rocks. And because one of the things that I engineered it turned out to be a horrible mess. It looks like that lava rock is going to be there on a semi-permanent basis now. Unless I figure something else out. I'm not quite sure. I'm not in any particular rush. This is me talking about how I'm going to attach 2x6s to the frame of the greenhouse. Basically, lift each corner and drill holes through it while lifting it. But again, there was no point in me attaching the frame until I moved both of the greenhouses into the space where they're supposed to be. And here I'm just trying to measure how much space I need to walk between the greenhouse and all that vegetation. As you see, that greenhouse migrated its way back so that I could it was somewhat difficult for me to actually keep them straight. Believe it or not, that's when I discovered that my wall of my house, like my house is actually tilted by a couple of degrees, which is I was measuring off the concrete foundation that's underneath the greenhouses, and apparently my actual house is slightly off kilt, so I had to keep it level to something. But nonetheless, I got it right where it should be, spatially speaking. So this is where you see I had to replumb literally everything. Cut pipes, move the barrels, put temporary rubber couplings in there. Because I had to move the greenhouse by yay. So you could see supports over there holding up the pipes. They did a fairly good job. So here I'm talking about how, as I was trying to do this, even more of PVC pipe has cracked and shattered. That was a big mess. But again, I had to move my greenhouse and plumb all of this in such a way that I could actually build the rest of the filtration system. So the place where, oh, Mr. Frog over there. So the place where my equipment would be built is basically finalized at this point. You could see how I brought some extra cinder blocks. By this point, I've actually dismantled my 75-gallon tank that used to be elevated on cinder blocks. Off in the background, you could see the electrical hookup. That's that yellow wire. And so this is me talking about, putting foundation in there to raise it. And this is me talking about how the actual greenhouse has to be parallel either to the house or parallel to the concrete floor. So the house is just slightly off kilt. And I'm just generally describing where components are going to go. The staircase barrels would go over there, and then underneath this space there would be refugiums, and then this up here would be the final barrel with the pump in it. Basically right in front of all that jungle of pipes that would allow me to actually put all the necessary pipes underneath. Here I'm basically describing how, regardless of where filtration is, I'm still trying to maintain alignment of pipes and how everything inside the tank has to drain. Like this, for example, is emergency drain. 3 of those pipes are going into refugium and into aquaponics system. 1 is the return. And the challenge for me here was that I had to design the rest of the system while leaving all of this in place. Like I physically had to plumb everything without having a starting point. In other words, I had to eyeball it in such a way that in bringing those pipes in and then lifting them up into refugiums and all this other stuff, that I didn't have any room for any mistakes at all. And here I'm talking about how they're going to flow. And naturally, once I place components inside the greenhouses, I wouldn't be able to redo anything else. Which is why it was so critical to be able to find just the right place for the greenhouse. And this is me discussing normal amount of water in the barrel versus when the power is turned off. This is actually me committing a mistake. What I didn't anticipate is that this barrel is 55 gallons. My trash cans are 32 gallons. So what ended up happening is, in engineering this, I kind of sort of estimated that amount of this water would remain about the same. Well, it did remain about the same, but it was in a substantially smaller barrel, and because I managed to drill holes lower, it was actually accumulating less. So right where the barrel is sitting right now is where I ended up putting an emergency overflow system with electrically activated pump from Harbor Freight, that when the power shuts off, excess overflow goes outside of the greenhouse, and then when the power comes back on, it flows back into the greenhouse. And it's only to be meant to be used, during like emergency situations. So here I'm trying to figure out placement of cinder blocks. So, and also 2x4s that would go in between them to create shelves. At this point, I had this crazy idea that's going to appear a little bit further in the video, to put lava rocks inside green containers on return trip from the 3-barrel setup. All fine and dandy, except that it turned out to be a gargantuous failure. I used uniseals, which were leaking like you wouldn't believe it, and the plastic containers that I chose, you just couldn't, like, no matter what I tried, they just was leaking like crazy. Finally, after fighting it for a good 2 months, I just cut them out of the system entirely. So now, where I have 2x4s, I just use them for, shelving purposes. I still haven't ruled out the idea of potentially building something over there eventually. It's just that at this point, I don't have, desire to mess with it any further. Another thing that had to have happened, I had to drag all the cinder blocks in the middle, which obviously obstructed my flow of things, but I needed cinder blocks there because once I started moving other equipment, I wouldn't be able to bring the cinder blocks in. And so I was trying to engineer around where things had to go while having things in the way, kind of deal. So this would have been the end of the refugium. there would also be a splitter for the air pump system. And I'm also discussing a possibility of putting, like in the original design, I actually had water go into every place individually. Eventually, I gave up on that idea. Oh, here I'm given the early stages of the aquaponic system that's going to go with the setup. It's going to use 3-inch pipes, and I was just trying to figure out how to engineer that and how I'm gonna put gravel inside the cups and how um, some like my refugium would have gravel in it for the plants. The hydroponics would not. And I was just trying to figure out where and how to route this. At this particular time, I thought I would like literally put it right on top of the barrels, just like in the original design. So kind of sort of in place of refugium. Later on, it evolved to actually mount this on top of refugiums and on top of the barrels. But at that point, I thought about just doing it in one greenhouse, not the other one. Here I'm talking about how my recent freezes in Florida have started wreaking havoc on my vegetation. Nothing to do with aquaponics system, but I was rather perturbed. Had to cut out a whole bunch of my stuff. Believe it or not, this winter has been like just horrible for Florida. It's been so viciously cold that a lot of the vegetation died, and in any event. So here you could see how I brought in more lumber, whole bunch more 2x6s, a bunch more 2x4s, also a whole bunch of PVC pipe. This wasn't enough. I actually ended up buying even more. This was me trying to figure out what to do with all those pipes and how it all ties together. One of my biggest problems was in engineering. of all of this stuff. By the way, like this is what I had to do. I had to pry off the 3D background. And this is how, quite unfortunately, my fish had to for another month. So this is what was there to I functionally had to rip out the 3D background to put in the standpipe. Fish obviously weren't too happy. You could see glue on the back wall over there. I still haven't removed the glue. I'm trying not to piss off the fish any more than I already has. But basically what I ended up doing, I put a rubber coupling in there so I could actually adjust the height of the standpipe. There's also a T in there, and the water actually kind of sort of flows outwards in two directions from there. Through this process of re-engineering all of this, I did lose one fish. He was the bully of the tank, so I didn't particularly care too much. It was one of my Venustuses. So just for a quick second there, you've seen me having removed my 75 gallon. And here I'm talking about how I have FX6s running in the back. So at this point, I had to convert my FX6s from general filtering out like the gunk in the water, basically polishing water, into actual filters. So they were working double and triple overtime trying to keep the system going. I had 3 to work with. I was actually using just 2. So this is before, obviously, I've done all the rescape on it. The 3D background eventually came out of there. At this particular time, I was... another thing that happened, if you notice, there's actually bubblers in there. Prior to that, for 9 years, I never have used air stones inside my tank, because my filtration, the way it was designed outside, is it would always bring oxygenated water through the return pipe. And I woke up one day and fish were like gasping for air, and I'm like, well, what is going on? And then it dawned on me, what a tremendous mistake I've made. You know, I had to scramble and put air stones in there. So this is me discussing on how plumbing is going to go. Still, despite the fact that this is like the 50th time I put my hands on the plastic containers, every single time I neglected to see that I put the rubber gasket in the wrong place. It's just crazy. Still can't forgive myself. I've been battling leaks because I put the gasket on the wrong side for the longest time. So guys, if you're watching this, make sure that your gasket goes on the right side of where it has to go. So this is me talking about how I had to bring down the 75 gallon. I did this engineering act of using kitchen tables and kitchen chairs to basically rotate the tank, lower it, and put one end on one chair, put a second chair right next to it, and basically rotate the tank on its axis to kind of rest on two chairs, and then lower the end that I'm holding on the ground. So that was a weird thing for me to do, but nevertheless I got it down. And now 75-gallon tank has been reactivated. I actually had to go back. This was another mistake that I've done. I've taken out half cinder blocks from this setup and used them in the filtration thing outside. And what ended up happening, I had to go back to Lowe's and actually buy a whole bunch more half cinder blocks because of it. I'm here talking about trying to maintain flow with this 3D background, basically blocking all of my flow in there. And I didn't have enough time to take it out because I was busy with everything else. And obviously it was obscuring light for the plants, and fish weren't exactly too happy about where it was and all this other stuff. Alright, so in this video clip you could see me having brought the boards that would go underneath the greenhouses, and I'm discussing how I'm going to position them. Basically what I decided to do to make things substantially simpler for myself, if anything, I decided to make framing for the greenhouses independent for each greenhouse. And the next thing that came to be was that I had to cut holes in the framing to allow for things like, for example, freshwater access. Now here you could clearly see just how much I had to move the greenhouse. Initially, greenhouse that's on your right was positioned right in front of the valve, and as you can see it got moved by about 2 feet, which means that in putting this hole into the framing, I then had to extend the 3/4 inch PVC back into the greenhouse number 2. And this is actually what ultimately drove me to put just one line. In the original design that I had, I was going to add water fill basically to each water body inside the greenhouse. That hasn't happened. It may happen in the future, but for time being, I just want to let the dog sleep where it is. So this is the hole for electricity, which is that over there. And then the second hole is for all the pipes that would ultimately connect to the house. The unfortunate downside is that initially when electricity was ran, it was designed specifically for the metal shed. So there was only a certain amount of wire to work with. And I tried to make do with what I had. I looked at prices of wires and I almost had a heart attack. Since coronavirus, that exact yellow wire has basically tripled in price, and I was like, there's just no way. This is where I'm discussing. At the time, I had this grandiose plan of putting lava rock into green tubs, and it just didn't come to fruition. But I had to make the outlet for all that stuff, and that's how I was envisioning it to eventually drain that away somewhere. This is where I'm mentioning that I'm actually placing 2 boards in there, not one. Probably the right thing to do if you have to, like, independent of what I was doing, is to put a 4x4 in there. That way you could anchor both. However, there's the caveat. There's a lip on the bottom of the greenhouse that goes all the way around, and most certainly on the front, that you have to be aware of. So here you could see how I both lifted the greenhouses on the frame, as well as put the stairs in there, put the barrels in there, put the future refugiums in there, kind of cascading it down. And plastic tops got slid underneath that horizontal space in between the greenhouses, which is the reason why I had to lift them. Me lifting my greenhouses had absolutely nothing to do with actually keeping them off the ground in a way that a gardener would. At this point, you could see a spacing. I could still walk in this particular walkway. And so I have still yet to address this that I'm pointing out to. This is the complete outflow. I'm talking about the bottom drain. I would like to incorporate some sort of pool flush mechanism. I already have one. I've been using it for many years. I'm just trying to make it a little bit more appealing to the eye. And this is where I'm saying how it's supposed to be draining. The very bottom is total drain, the middle is the swirl, and the top is basically overflow for each barrel. And here you could see how lifting gave me a little bit more room to walk. At this point, in connecting the two greenhouses, I still haven't removed that crossbar, and I banged my head against it so many times. Eventually, I cut it out and replaced it, and it's going to be further down in the videos. But if you guys are doing something like this, I would highly advise that you cut it out as soon as humanly possible. That way you don't continuously hit it going to and from. And in this clip, I'm basically explaining shelving options and how I was going to put green commander tubs, with lava rock underneath. All of the wood that you see in there is actually pressure treated. Just so you know, 2x4s, when you go and buy them at the store, they are notorious for splitting if you start putting any screws into them. It's a big problem. Another problem that I have introduced that I haven't addressed all the way up until recently is one of my concerns was the tubs basically spreading, which is functionally what happened. And that was an issue that's going to be addressed further in the videos. But here you could see how me lifting it allowed the plastic tub to basically slide underneath of it. And on both sides, greenhouse is actually kind of helped by the tub in a sense. The tub is the anchor for both of the greenhouses. And this is where I'm discussing green tubs, as I've mentioned before. My goal was to put basically 6 on each side, put lava rock into each one of them. The unfortunate part about small size tubs is that they don't have enough of a flat surface to drill in any event. So this is where I'm talking about returning water and how the height of each outflow actually had to be lifted in the barrel, but simultaneously I also had to bring the pipe from the last barrel, kind of tuck it in between all the barrels on top of the stair, underneath all of this. And this is me screwing the frame. This is where you see how important it is not to install the panels, because that way you could access anything from any side unimpeded. This is where I ran into a significant issue. Because of the deficit of PVC in my local stores, I had to dismantle everything that I was building and use it to measure basically everything else and design everything else. Here came the problem. In doing so, I have very slightly shifted every component originally, which came to bite me in the ass when I actually began gluing things back. So my advice to you is, if you're putting something like this together, do not remove anything that you have already built, because that was a crucial mistake on my part over here. So here I'm talking about adding K1. Basically, I have the actual K1. And then I have the imitation K1. The jury is still out. Based on what I've seen, just comparing them side by side, I don't think it matters in the end, but the imitation K1 is bigger than actual K1. And this is where I'm talking, basically my plan has changed at this point to, instead of keeping my fluidized media in the third barrel, which is closer to me, to the first barrel, which is furthest away from me, because that way it would actually settle through the following containers. So this is my ingenious plan that worked and didn't work at the same time. This is made for beer CO2 systems. I did not know that, and you could go, I bought this on Amazon. I did not know, in ordering this, that inside each valve there was like a little pressurized ball with a spring. So I actually had to shove a screw into every hole and hammer it out of there. And so those valves are not actually to regulate amount of air. Those valves are there specifically to turn air on or off. So the way it's designed is air is going to be on 100% for the fluidized media barrel. And that's going to be true for both sides. All the other hoses that you see coming out of there are going to other barrels with static media. And the only time when they're going to be on is only when I'm cleaning the 3-barrel filter. And that's true for both sides. Another thing that I had to do was the original actually came with one specific design. I actually had to get a brass adapter to fit in there, unscrew it, and then screw it back in. This is me showing how I've connected the two together, which is the reason why I had to unscrew one of the caps on this side, as you see, to allow the hose in and out of there. In retrospect, that was a stupid idea. I should have just connected the, because on that side you could see how I have an open hose. I should have just connected to it instead of going through all that trouble, but whatever. Way off in the distance, you could see how I've designed PVC pipes to go on the floor, basically to connect the two sides. This is the water that I'm pointing to right now. This is the 3/4 inch pipe. Because I was so carried away designing the filter system itself, my original design came to be an afterthought. And what I ended up doing, putting an elbow in there and actually bringing it out right where I'm standing, actually, just to connect the garden hose to it. But this is how I designed it initially, to go to every barrel on either side. And that's the valve. By the way, whenever you work with anything at all, at risk of turning yourself into a hoarder, keeping old things will allow you to just reach into the box of everything that you haven't used in like 9 years to be able to find stuff like that. So this was the return pipe. It was supposed to be doing a 90-degree into that space and then going around and then doing another 90-degree. Etc. etc. This is how it would have connected into the refugiums. The standpipe with the 90 over there is for the pump. This is all plumbing kind of connecting each other. This would be for the secondary drain from barrel number 2 back into the chamber. And reason being is because I have 2 sources of water on this side. that both have to drain underneath and then go up into the drain barrel. So this is the pipe for the second aquaponic system. And again, there's two aquaponic system going in. So I had to simultaneously design all of this. There's a T in there and all sorts of angles. This is what I'm going for. And at this point, I had this grandiose idea of putting almost 14 or 16 feet of 3-inch pipe through that opening in between the two greenhouses. What I didn't know was that after purchasing all this pipe, I was way in over my head, to be honest. So I simplified design down the road. It came out well in the end. Mercifully, no material was wasted. Here's just me peeking back at, see how there's two streams of flow in there? So basically, I'm taking that and rerouting that flow basically into the system. And the third, there's Mr. Frog again. The third one was going to be used for the aquaponic system. And this is me talking how the existing setup is going to be ultimately connected to the future setup once I cut the pipes. This decision, this is where I made another mistake. I should have put a ball valve on that pipe that I just pointed to. I didn't. I paid for it. Ultimately, I ended up putting another ball valve in there. Another mistake that was made in this design is swapping the pipes. I then had to do somewhat of a switcheroo with them. So that pipe on both sides was going to go into the tubs. That was one of the ideas. And how it was all going to flow. So at that point, I thought about routing water from the tank inside the house. And basically using wastewater to go through lava rock just to keep bacteria in there. This is me just addressing all the excess water of how it was going to come out of there. So this barrel sits there currently still, and I actually have a ton of lava rock inside of it. And then this is where the other barrel would sit. This is me extending and connecting the outlet. I'm not entirely happy that it's there. I wish it was If prices for wishful thinking, if prices for electrical wiring ever go down, I would like to lift that outlet a little bit higher. At this point, no matter how many times I looked at my plastic tubs, I still haven't noticed that I put gasket on the wrong side of bulkheads. Like, I just can't believe it. So this is me talking about how I finally cut that space between the greenhouses. I banged up my head and my back and my shoulder on it so many times. I finally took a saw and basically hacked it away. And this is my plan. I had to go back to Lowe's to get another aluminum piece, drill some holes in it, and basically place it right where I just held this. And this is me complaining about how there's not enough parts for me, and me having to disassemble everything to design all of this in the picture here. One of the biggest problems was that in this crazy world of ours, there's a severe deficit of parts in stores. And so when you order online, and I ordered from Lowe's, I ordered from Home Depot, and I would also go to the stores. And parts would get delayed in shipping. Like, for example, I assumed they'd be shipping out of Florida, and they were shipping out of like Kentucky and Iowa, and then there were storms out in Midwest, delaying the process. So that was a big pain in the butt. So this is me still talking how I was going to bring my aquaponic system all the way from one side, all the way into the other side. At the time of recording this video, on early April of 2023, I have not actually planted anything in my aquaponics. I put some pothos in there. Eventually, I would like to plant something. Aquaponics was actually my original idea 9 years ago with the original filtration setup. It just hasn't happened yet. Oh, this is there was a deficit of 1.5 inch pipe on top of everything else. So this is how you see how I brought the water back in. So I kind of had to do a zig and a zag. basically I hold on to as much of my PVC projects over the years as I can. I keep it in boxes in storage somewhere. You never know, because there's so many times when you go to the stores and you just can't find parts. And this is me generally talking how I was going to slide the pipes through the first opening, through all of this, and further down. And then connect the actual pipes between each other, which was a huge mistake. And the reason why I keep bringing up how I've been making mistakes is because I would rather have other people avoid those mistakes. So this is where I ran into issues in glue and PVC pipes. While I recycled the bits and bobs, I have moved barrels, however slightly. So some of the pipes were glued crooked. I tried to make do best with what I had. It worked out in the end. But this was a lesson learned on my part, basically, not to use parts of something that you've already designed to help you design something else. So this is me showing fluidized K1. This is brand new. And this is how that little swirl entrance, I still may yet to redesign that a little bit. So this is me talking about how normally when I connect parts, I mark it with a marker, obviously. However, what I ended up doing, I assembled the bottom piece as a whole unit instead of doing it one kind of part at a time. And so when I went to screw it in, that T-piece, here you could see how it's supposed to be, and this is how I screwed it up. So it wouldn't slide fully because I very slightly cockeyed that T-section over there. So this is me talking how Refugium would swirl the K1. That would actually be kind of silly because K1 is already being churned by the air. The problem that came with me having put that pipe all the way that deep, what's happening is when the power shuts off, K1 tends to clog the outlet of that pipe. And that's true for both sides. So one of the things that I have thought was to actually cut the PVC pipe on both sides. The problem is, every time you put any kind of pressure on any kind of PVC component, it screws everything up and something else begins to leak somewhere else. So this is what I did for the plants. And basically what that meant was when the time would be right, I'd have to take all the plants out of my refugium, split them up, and shove them into like little cups. And those are the green tubs that I was talking about, that I was hoping to connect. to basically go from the last barrel over this, through that little hole over there, and then somehow through this, and then through all of that. The problem was that there's not a flat surface on the tubs. So when I got to drill the holes, I couldn't get it to seal with uni-seals at all. And I'm basically talking about how I was going to rest 3-inch pipes on those blue bars that you see in the picture there, to hold it into place and slide it through those holes back in there, and then lay them side to side to side. This, despite me looking at it again, I still didn't put gasket on the right side of the bulkhead. So the danger is that when you leave your gasket on the side of the thread, water makes it through the thread around the gasket. So gasket actually has to be, it doesn't matter how you mount your bulkhead, as long as you seal the side of the glass that's meant to be sealed. Do not put gasket on the same outside side of the glass. So this is how I connected the top after having cut the middle section. So I put C-channels in there, drilled some holes, and now I actually can walk in between the two. So because the green tubs turn out to be a colossal failure, that exact pipe on both sides haven't been used. I am leaving them in place in case I ever change my mind on anything. I already have it in place for something. So this is where I'm talking about how in gluing the barrels together, I managed to, just by complete accident, recognize that the angles were screwed in wrong. Glued in wrong. So I yanked it out of there. And so despite the actual part being screwed up, I was able to split it into two and recycle it elsewhere. My advice to you is, when you're gluing PVC, do it one thing at a time. Do not combine parts into one, because that's when you start introducing issues. So this is where I'm talking about threading the needle in between all the pipes to get water from the last barrel back out. Now, if this was a pond, this is where that came from. If this was a pond, you could just use some, flexible hose. This was my crazy project about putting springs inside PVC pipes and using a heat gun basically to bend them. This is something that electricians do all the time. Here's the problem. 1.5-inch PVC is so thick that in order for you to make one bend of any kind of thing, you're gonna have to spend 15 minutes of your time heating up that PVC pipe. Which is why I have gone from general desire of using that spring to and this came actually from a deficit of 90-degree angles. I basically was like, okay, this is just way too much. I've done everything by the book. There's tons of tutorials on how to bend PVC pipe. My advice to you is it's okay to bend 1/2-inch pipe, 3/4-inch pipe. Don't even bother with anything bigger. This is industrial size and scale bending situationship. It's just so much easier to get 90-degree angles. But at the time I was naive. I still didn't know just how difficult it would be to bend 1.5-inch pipe. But I actually ended up using the spring to bend something because I managed to screw up in placement of my again, because I glued everything. See, when you glue everything before, instead of doing it one thing at a time, is when you introduce issues. So the refugium that's on the right hand side of the picture, the pipe that goes into the refugium fit in the dry fit. Like, this is the pipe that I'm talking about that says RAF2. The problem was when I glued everything, it was off by like 2 inches. So that's the pipe that I ended up hitting with a spring and then bending it and trying to move it into place. And that's when I discovered that it's borderline impossible. At this point, this is the piece that by the way, keep all of your receipts for everything that you buy, because you're gonna see yourself going back to the store to return. This is one thing that I've actually returned. My goal at this time was to actually use this for aquaponics system, to go from 1.5-inch pipe into 3 inches, kind of splitting it. I ended up returning those pieces. Now, all of this that I'm showing, it has worked out for me. In retrospect, honestly, if I did it differently, I would have, and probably in the next iteration of this, eventually, I'm gonna do it differently. As you might expect, putting this much gravel, this is fluoride by Seachem, into each individual cup was a giant pain in the keister. But there's a very good reason why I did it. If I ever have to move my plants out, I'm gonna be able to move them out basically without destroying and nuking the root systems and everything like that. It would be easier for transport. It would be easier to relocate them elsewhere to another tank if need be. So this is where I'm discussing how when everything starts happening, I'm going to be cutting those pipes over there. This is the old shed where it sat for a couple of years. I mean, couple of months, not a couple of years. This is me having washed lava rock. And like I said before, the intent was actually to put it into the green containers. Lava rock is one of the best types of media that you could use, and I am really upset about the fact that half of it, because this project failed, wasn't able to be used. So this up here that I'm showing is basically the end cap for 3-inch PVC pipe that was going to house the aquaponics system. I have a visceral hatred of uniseals, and I was really dreading using them for this project. Only because of the deficit of flat end caps. So this is where you see that I've drilled the holes. As you see, there's tons of ridges in those green containers. And so it wouldn't have mattered if I would have used uniseals or whatever. By the way, this is where some of the lava rock has gone in between the cups to kind of keep them into place. Uniseals and non-flat surfaces just don't get along too well. That's for sure. So this is me. I'm actually testing. I ended up buying 2 water pumps that I had used in this project to basically independently kind of cycle each side of the system independently and then together. So at this particular point, I was water testing the barrels and everything, so I was putting water in there. This is still a couple months away from actual finishing of the project. So I believe I started this process in November, if I'm not mistaken. I actually ended up removing that 90-degree elbow over there. I kept it in place for as long as I could, and I found that my flow wasn't doing what I thought it was going to do, so ultimately I just removed it. And unfortunately, this is no fault of mine, but this is to do with the actual ground. The concrete block that this contraption sits on top of leans backwards. So like the direction that I'm facing now is actually slightly higher than where I'm standing. And so the water flows by gravity, but it's slightly cockeyed in such a way that when the power shuts off and water drains, the water that's in this up here to either side actually flows backwards for a quick minute. This is really bizarre. It's off by like 1 or 2 degrees or so. So this is where I'm talking about having to use, because I had to move a lot of things, having to use parts and materials that I was going to use for the project in trying to move things. And even in my little stash of bits and parts, I still didn't have enough. This pipe got shortened at this time. This is when I decided, instead of connecting all those tubs into emergency drain from the tank, to actually bring the water back from the last barrel up here. This was one snafu that I've discovered, that I had to swipe the pipes simply because of how I designed it. And the reason for that is, as it's coming out from the house, the emergency drain is second one on the left with the blue hose coming out of it in the picture. Every once in a while you see a strap around the plastic container. That specific one started bulging on me. I cheated at first and placed a strap in there, and that has got me by for about month and a half. I ended up actually doing something differently, and I'm gonna get to it towards the end of the video. So I'm basically talking about routing from the last barrel into the green containers in this clip. And despite having water available over there, I didn't have that 3/4 inch connection glued yet with a 90-degree angle in a spigot. So that's the reason why I kept walking around the back. Finally got my hands on some 1.5 inch PVC pipe. That's what you saw on that side. And I was trying to minimize my use because of the deficit of PVC, to save as much of long pieces of PVC as humanly possible, while still designing everything. This project would have gone a lot faster if I would have had like a giant pile of PVC components, which I didn't have at the time because of supply chain issues, and having to go back to the store and redo everything. So this up here is when I've discovered that my original design of placing those tubs in this exact way wouldn't work, and I had to rotate them. because of how cinder block holes were oriented towards everything. Unfortunately, I spent so much of my time designing those green tubs and how it all connected, and that's where I'm discussing importance of having an emergency drain, basically, so that your tank never overflows, and that's what's coming out over there. Here's another little tidbit. There's pipes on the bottom, on the ground there, that ultimately had to connect to the house. And I left them as long as humanly possible. But one of my mistakes, that was only a mistake because I wasn't able to immediately connect everything, had to do with the fact that I couldn't touch temporary filtration setup. And so that further complicated things for everything. Just me talking about spacing the cups and how they kept falling over, which is the reason why I put lava rocks in between them to keep them kind of in place. And this is the CCAM fluoride. By the way, my advice to you is to go on Amazon and order a sifter. Which is what I ended up doing. That little ceramic block that you see in there, that was actually in the 5-gallon buckets. And I had to get it out of there somehow. And there was so much of it. Typically what I do is I keep ample amount of filter media to begin with. And so I ended up buying a sifter to sift through all that stuff. It's really handy to have. Here you could see what happened when I put the pipes in. I had a realization that the pipes are way too long, and for me to have to cut the pipes and then glue them was somewhat of a problem. Each pipe is about 10 feet long. The space in the actual greenhouse is 16 feet long. However, the edge of this very thing is offset by 2 feet, right? So it's going 2 feet, so we're already down to 14 feet. And then I had to design and engineer an outflow from all of this and connect all the pipes without messing about all the things, which would mean that I would need to basically cut pipes and make them about 12 feet long. And I'm like, how badly do I want to deal with that? Is it worth my time to cut a whole bunch of 3-inch PVC pipe, which is a pain in the ass to cut, versus to just keep them at 10 feet, which is what I ended up doing. And this is, in all those clips, I'm basically showing my ultimate decision in how I was going to design it and why I ultimately just kept them at 10 feet. Now, again, because of the deficit of PVC material, I wasn't able to source flat end PVC pipes to put bulkheads in, and 3-inch to 1.5-inch reducer was so ungodly expensive at the store. That's the reason why I put pressure end caps in there and had to drill holes in them and then put uniseals into them. And as previously described, uniseals leak. So, yeah. In the future, and this is the uniseal that I had to drill, basically with 1.5 inch to shove in there. I hope at some point in the future, I'm gonna pry off all this uniseal stuff and actually put proper end caps or something along those lines. But I'm not gonna touch it for time being. I kept fighting leaks in the system for another month or so, and it finally stopped leaking, so I don't want to touch it anytime soon. In case you're wondering why uniseals leak, here's why. Uniseals are designed to fit metric systems. The hole saws that we have here in the United States are obviously in imperial system. And so when you drill holes for uniseals, they're drilled, no matter how hard you try, they're drilled as a slight oval, however very microscopically slight, and that offset is enough for the uniseal to leak. Between inches and centimeters, and it's just my advice to you. And I know some people swear by uniseals up and down. My advice to you is to just stay away from them. Pay more money for a bulkhead. You're gonna be happier for it. At least with the bulkhead, you could tighten it and all this other stuff. With a uniseal, you're basically screwed. It's pretty much impossible to drill a perfect hole. And I think the actual uniseal is designed for surface that's about 1/4 inch thick or more. So if you're trying to connect it to like a typical 55-gallon barrel, a plastic container, a trash can, as I am, there's not enough meat in the surface. The surface isn't thick enough. So this is where I was talking about bending PVC pipe and cursing out the fact that it would, like, to bend this up here took me about 15 minutes of my time. And I actually had to bend this exact pipe because after gluing everything in place, and this is the reason why my advice to you is to do one thing at a time, because you could address it at that time instead of gluing everything and then discovering that it's slightly cockeyed. This is where I'm talking about bowing off the plastic tubs. And this is where I'm talking about routing water in between the plastic tubs. As you see, I've rotated them to be this way. And if you notice, even like in this angle, you could see how PVC pipes are slightly at an angle. They're not horizontal. And that's only because the actual container itself is not vertical. And because there's no flat surface in there, it wouldn't seal properly. And the way that I designed it was that it would alternate from the back to the front to basically come out right there and connect to the drain barrel eventually. Same thing on this side as well. That pipe would be connected into alternating back to the front like this, like a snake. This is how I ended up designing the outflow. Initial goal was for me to obviously bend PVC pipe, but because it was going to take too much time, I opted out for this route. If you had to do this, I would highly advise that final hole in the final barrel isn't drilled where I've drilled it in this way. If you design your final hole in a manner where it's supposed to drain in the right direction, you could avoid having to do this squirrely corkscrew type plumbing situationship. And this is where it would have come out on the other side and then into the barrel. And then the aquaponics would also drain into that barrel as well. And then this aquaponics would actually drain straight into the return barrel where the pump would be sitting. Those pipes over there are straight pipes to connect the setup to the house. I had them cut. I finally got tired of caterpillars falling into my space, so I put roof panels to keep the leaves and everything else out of there. And here I'm talking about how unless you seal the edges of panels, water will get in between the polycarbonate sides, and so the right thing to do would be to peel the protective plastic off and also seal the edges with some tape, the top and the bottom. And you could see that little piece of tape over there on one of the panels. But for time being, I just put the panels in there just to keep trash out. Ultimately, I spent quite a bit of time sealing every panel like that. This is where I discovered that instructions in Harbor Freight manual were off, because panels that were supplied didn't fit. I actually had to cut about half of an inch from 4 panels. And this is where I'm talking about using HVAC tape to connect the two greenhouses together. And this is how I was going to have it plumbed. The interesting thing about this failed design is that the actual design wasn't a failure. What was a failure was the actual plastic container. And in retrospect, what I should have done at this time, I should have scrubbed the design and gotten myself better containers. I still haven't ruled out that possibility. I just haven't figured out what kind of container I could put in there that would, number one, fit, and number two, would have the right flat sides, if you know what I mean. Plastic containers are designed in such a weird way. I've looked at, because I'm trying to keep it cost efficient, obviously. The best thing to do would be to use a stock tank sort of thing, like for livestock, or to use cement mixing tubs, because they're more sturdy. But the cost of plastic containers, even at Walmart, has skyrocketed. I looked at prices. Your average smaller plastic tubs are like 3 times what they used to be prior to pandemic. So this is me talking about how everything is glued and routed, and how the pipes that are, because I'm actually explaining it to my family members, how the things that used to be got temporarily reconnected elsewhere, and how things are going to be functionally plugged into the same kind of setup, just designed differently. And how I'm gonna be drilling holes in the tubs, in the plastic trash containers, to get all the water to and from. So that plastic pipe that I just showed was supposed to connect to the emergency drain to go through the bottom row of plastic tubs with lava rock in it. And that's the design that I scrubbed after the top row failed. Another advice I would have to this is to get yourself some sort of stool, because working in cramped quarters like that, at different elevations and whatnot, you really need to, at the very least, have comfortable seating arrangement, even if it's a 5-gallon bucket to sit on as you're trying to glue all of this. You'd be surprised just how little that big greenhouse gets when you're trying to squeeze in between all of it. And again, hilariously, no matter how many times I pointed to the bulkheads, I completely overlooked that I put gaskets on the wrong side on all of the clear containers. Alright, so now we're cooking with oil. This is me drilling a whole bunch of holes into 3-inch PVC pipes for aquaponics system. So to facilitate drilling them in a straight line, I had to use the chalk, taped it on one end, and then release the line to put a straight line, sort of like in construction. I use pieces of 2x4 to basically stand on top of as I'm drilling the holes. My advice to you is do not drill the holes unless you are absolutely sure what size cup you have. And drill hole number 1, put a cup into it, and see if you need a bigger or a smaller hole saw. I have made a mistake drilling 3, and it at the time the cups were in the mail. So when the cup came, mercifully I've only drilled 3 holes of the wrong size. And had to use a smaller hole saw after that. So what's happening there is when you start drilling PVC, and again, wear eye protection, you could see how shards and shreds of all of this go everywhere. And I'm just talking about how I would scrape it out of there using various tools and also my hands. So when you're working with PVC, absolutely wear eye protection. And what I would do is, after drilling a bunch of holes and clearing the holes, I would stand the pipe on top of it, bang it on the ground to get even more out of there. As you might imagine, drilling so many holes is a very tedious, laborious task that you don't wish upon your worst enemy, to be honest. So those would be the end caps that go into the pipes. And again, because of the deficit of flat end caps, I had to go that route. This up here is what I ultimately engineered to hold the ends of PVC. Had to use some bracketry and some tricketry because I couldn't put diagonal pieces in there to hold it sturdy. And so on either side, I designed sort of like a little holder mechanism. And then middle of the pipe would actually be resting on the aluminum pieces. And at the end, here you could see how I designed something similar on this side as well. And this is where the end of that pipe would be. So what I decided to do is, instead of cutting all that pipe, extending it on top of barrels and messing about with all this stuff, I was just going to keep it at 10 feet long segments and just return one of the pipes back to Lowe's, which is the reason why you guys should keep all your receipts. As I was making runs between the stores, I would be buying things, returning things, so just keep that in mind. I think all in all, I drilled about 120 something holes. They're spaced about 7 or 8 inches apart. And perhaps the worst part about drilling holes is that you have to use a screwdriver to basically pry out the center holes out of the hole saw. I know you could buy a router bit. Some people have been courageous enough to use it. I am absolutely terrified of shrapnel PVC, which is why I would rather go the harder route. Here I'm just kind of demonstrating the process of how this gets done. And there's the middle of the actual hole that then had to be carved out of there. As you might imagine, accumulation of tools over time will make your projects work so much easier. If you had to go and buy all of this all at once, this would cost you so much money. I'm just blessed that over the years I've accumulated every kind of possible tool required to do this in the first place. To drill the holes, actual drill time was probably close to about 3 hours or so, if I had to guess. Like literally, I would be spending 90% of the time trying to get center holes out of the hole saw rather than drilling actual holes. Like that was the pain in the keister part about the whole thing. Safety glasses. And I keep talking about exploding PVC. Like, this isn't a joke. This is very serious business. Protect your eyes. Alright, this is when I finally cleaned out the mess. As always, covered in PVC glue. Got everything out of here into the place where it's supposed to be. Now, at this point, I did not know that this entire setup would be leaking like a sieve. I will never in my life have anything to do with uniseals ever again. I am so disillusioned with them. I didn't do anything wrong in terms of my design. But the fact that literally every single uniseal has leaked is what irks me in the worst way possible. This is me showing the backside of the green tubs. And as you can see, the PVC pipe is slightly cockeyed, right? It's putting just enough weight off the PVC pipe on the actual uniseal. But honestly, it wasn't sealing either way. I still have 3 uniseals in my drain barrel. During power outages, they do leak. I put Teflon tape on them. I put silicone around them. It's a big no by my book. Do not buy uniseals. That was a quick shot of the fresh water supply into the greenhouse room. This is the other side of the back house, the back of all of this, of how it connects to this barrel. So on the back of this, you could see how I've installed the bulkhead. And because of the deficit, I also tried to recycle some of the things I was cutting out, which is the reason why you see so many couplers. This is how the system is designed. As you see, the furthest to the left PVC pipe and the furthest to the right PVC pipe is slightly rotated. I have come to realize since that was a mistake on my part. I designed it in a way where I could do just this, put cups in there, obviously without gravel. And in the furthest one, because of the slanted roof, I needed extra space. And so I just kind of eyeballed it right about-ish sort of deal. And what would end up happening as the whole contraption would fill up, it began leaking out of the actual holes where the cups would be. So lo and behold, and this is like 2 months after the setup was already constructed, naturally, considering all the leaks, you can only imagine how after spending a month and a half stopping the leaks, like, see how neat and tidy this looks? This doesn't look anything like what it does now. It all looks ugly, covered in all sorts of sealants. But in any event, what I should have done, I should have kept both the outside PVC pipes a lot more vertical. So when I had to rotate them, of course that made things leak all over again. This is how I had the green tubs routed. Again, the actual engineering aspect isn't what failed. It's the uniseals that failed. Had I used normal square looking flat surfaces, this would have actually worked. And this is where I'm showing how there's 2 drains coming out of the barrel on the right hand side. And I'm giving myself enough space to be able to, come in and out and all this other stuff. The function of this very barrel is to provide drainage, obviously, and also to be able to acclimate fish. But because of my failed endeavors, I'm keeping like 3/4 of my lava rock in there for time being. So this is where I'm talking about how there's 2 entrances of water. And so one PVC pipe isn't going to be enough to accommodate 2 which is the reason why I had to design 2 outflows to handle that amount of flow. Believe it or not, drainage in PVC pipes doesn't work how you think it does. PVC pipe is never actually full. And with all the water pockets and air pockets and everything like that, it just, which actually will become a problem in the future. This is like a little premonition towards what's going to happen in the end, because I got hydrolocked when the system was all fully built and everything. And here you could see how I've connected hydroponics or aquaponics. So it would come in and go through all of that and then go back into the drainage. One of the things I thought about was using those baskets to basically keep media in the trash can. That didn't work out in the way that I thought it would, so I ended up just dumping it on the bottom around the pump, and those would be the ceramic media. You know, looking back at this was the moment when I was so happy that I was finally done gluing everything. Little did I realize that the epic amount of leaks that was forthcoming because of the uniseals. This is me talking about trying to use what little PVC I had on hand. Again, because of deficit in materials. And so this is where I'm explaining how it's critically important for me to have space to be able to reach into the top to actually do the planting. By the way, in case you're wondering, planting into filled containers of CCAM fluoride is impossible. I didn't know it at the time. What ended up happening, I would have to I would have to physically take a plant and put it into an empty cup and take a filled cup with that media, and I underwater basically dump rocks and place it back, and I had to do it for literally every single one of them. spending more time washing out the lava rock. Put a whole bunch of paneling on the greenhouse. That way it actually begins to look like an actual greenhouse. And those are the clips that hold the panels, and also you could see the pieces of tape. So that piece of tape is on every single panel. That way water can never get in between the sides of the panel. My advice is not to use the clips unless you are absolutely 100 million% sure that you don't need to take the panel out. I have ended up taking literally every single panel out at least 100 times after assembling all of this. So this is me talking about space in between where the polycarbonate is, and covering it with tape. Because otherwise what would happen is moisture gets into those little grooves and causes algae buildup and yellowing and all sorts of things. So if you put tape in there, it actually prevents that from happening, both on the top and the bottom. This is where you see me put in empty cups into there, just to get you somewhat of an idea. Here you could see, and this is where the leaks started. I have tried and tried and tried and tried and tried. You physically cannot stop the leaks with uniseals. It's just, I got so frustrated with the whole process. I can't believe I broke my own rule and ordered uniseals. You know, I've had similar issues with them in the past, but it's been like 9 years, and I thought, well, I don't know, maybe technology improved or something. Nah. It's the same garbage as it always has been. And basically at this time what was happening, I was cycling water through the system just to see where the leaks were, which is why everything is filled with water. In this clip over here, you could see how plastic containers haven't yet bowed. The one on the left of the picture with the blue strap around it ultimately bowed like 1.5 feet out, which is the reason why I had to do something about it eventually. Here you could clearly see how it's not a flat surface. And because it's not a flat surface, but on top of this, even if this was a flat surface, Uniseal isn't designed to be in such a thin material in the first place. Bulkhead is, Uniseal not so much. And so my goal was to actually get water to flow kind of like in a swirl fashion, you know, through the media in there, you know, rise up and come out here and then let me just move this out of the way just to show. Basically do this number, to go through the media, and then come out the other side, and then drain into another tub, and so on and so forth. So despite the fact that this has failed as a design, I still haven't ruled out of doing it. I would very much like to engineer it. I just have to think about it. Now, this is where bulkheads were leaking. And I was still stupid enough not to recognize that the seal was on the wrong side. So this is me having sifted out all the rings out of there. At this particular time, I actually had ceramic media sit right there for probably a good month or so. Eventually, I dumped it all around the return pump. So this is where I'm talking about how everything had to flow by gravity, except that the gravity didn't exist because everything was on the same level. And so if there was an issue, basically the water level was controlled by the last tub, the one that's closest to where I was standing at the time of filming. And there wasn't like a suction based drainage, which further complicated things on top of everything else. Mr. Frog finds himself a different place to hide. Frogs are actually amazing in my filtration room. I had a whole bunch of them live in my old shed, and a whole bunch of them moved into the new shed. They're keeping away all the nasty that comes, So I just let them be. This is where I had to use those blue bars basically to hold up the pipes because they began sagging. Temperature swings in Florida are plus minus 40 degrees in wintertime, which softens and causes all sorts of issues on rubber and PVC and everything. So I just had to scramble and prop them up a little bit like that. So this is me talking how I had to sift out all the little ceramic stuff out of there. I missed a couple of spots in sealing, so I went back and actually added more tape in there. So here you could see one of the barrels. This is the middle barrel. Basically, if you don't know anything about 3-barrel pond setup, it's all using the same media. Sometimes people use different media, but most of the time it's usually either K1 or K3. And 2 of them are acting like static mechanical media, and one of them is actual fluidized media. Basic function of aquaponics system is that there's water on the inside of the pipe that touches the bottom of the cup. It has to be a certain height for the roots to kind of tap into the water column. Another thing to consider about this is an actual commitment. Once you design something like this, there's a whole bunch of other issues that are going around that are well beyond the scope of this video. My goal was to engineer it now so that in case I ever wanted to do it in the future, I would already have the infrastructure in place. There's a Mr. Frog again. We have horrible caterpillar seasons in Florida. They sting viciously. They're literally everywhere. They invade us year after year after year. They're hairy, nasty, and when they touch your skin, they basically release toxins. Some people are super duper allergic to them. And I was building all of this in the middle of the caterpillar season. Eventually they build a cocoon around them, and then I have no idea what happens to them afterwards. I doubt they ever become beautiful butterflies. And a little further along in the process, so by this point I've actually put 2 water pumps in there to basically run the system non-stop 24/7. And I use garden hoses to cycle water. Goal wasn't to develop any bacteria or anything like that. It was more to do with just finding leaks, testing out issues, all this other stuff. Trying to get the proper amount of flow going. So what I just showed there with a 90-degree down and up, like in this particular case, it being up is no big deal. In the second tub, it being down is actually causing somewhat of a hindrance because the second tub is slightly higher than the first tub. So those are the strainers over there. I actually had to modify them to allow for more flow. One of my other goals was to actually sink the K1 or imitation K1. This being the imitation over here, it's slightly thinner in terms of its construction. It's a little bit more bendy. Considering K1 has skyrocketed in price, I think this is a good compromise because ultimately it does the same thing. The original K1 that I bought it in 2014. And so all in all combined, I have like 8 cubic feet of K1. So this here is a temporary filtration setup. In case you see, like even in my hands, it seems sturdier and smaller in scope. This isn't K3, by the way, so that there's no confusion. This is actually the size of K1. K3 is even smaller. So that K1 that you've just seen would have gone here. This is where you would see I've attached a piece of weight to the bottom of this hose to kind of sink it into place. I think eventually I'm gonna do something differently. I don't want to be super fancy about things. I just want them to function. That's kind of my primary focus. And so what I ended up doing, I found that 110-liter pump wasn't enough to churn things. So until my imitation K1 develops enough bacteria on it and starts sinking, I'm gonna keep actually 2 air pumps running at the same time. And then as they run, they go into the second chamber where they mechanically filter the big stuff. And then it goes into the third and last chamber, which basically does even more mechanical filtration. So what this is doing, this is bypassing the need to have filter flaws. And so once every however many months, you dump the water out of there, but not before leaving the air pump churned, which is the reason why you have air hoses running into there to basically churn up all that stuff that's in there. Eventually it will look black and disgusting. And so you let the air kind of churn the water, and then you lift the dump valve, and it goes out for whatever it is you want to use. So this is me using a syringe in trying to get into like the really tiny crevices of trying to, prevent and stop the leaks. It was all in vain, unfortunately, as I've mentioned. You could see the flow. You could see that the actual design has worked. If it wasn't for the leaks, I would have left it in place. And so the downside to using cheap garden hose is obviously it kinks and bends, which drives me bananas. When you go and buy the cheapest possible garden hose, this is kind of the price that you pay. But that being said, if you look in this barrel, right, despite all the particulates, like this is so good in filtering that the water is literally crystal clear. This is how good that filtration system is. It is absolutely insane. I mean, look at the water. Look at the color. To get you an idea of what it did to my 300-gallon tank, I feed my fish once a day, basically 3 ramekin cups worth of food, and by morning my water is basically crystal clear. That's how good that filtration system is. This is one of the air pumps, 110 liter. The second one, on the floor, that's the old one. So at that particular time, the old one was actually supplying air to the original tank. And this you could see how kinking the hose just a little bit. So, not happy about that. But I didn't want to spend a lot of money on that cheap hose. A little further on with the process. As you see, I've cleared out all the stuff out of here. By this point, majority of the gluing has been done. Extra pieces of stuff has been tucked away into either inside of the greenhouse or elsewhere. Additional PVC pipes were put on the side for time being, which was a mistake because I had to get into that corner in the future, but whatever. So this is after I shut down, and this is actually a good segment. Here you could see how almost no air is going into this filter. This is immediately after I shut down original temporary filtration setup and basically switched everything to this setup over here. And what I discovered is that the one pump wasn't enough to churn both of the barrel setups, which is why having 2 air pumps, I actually just connected one in tow. I planted all the live plants that I had in my previous refugiums. I separated them out. I put them into those little cups. All of this, I'm not really big on plant names. I believe it's Java fern or whatever it's called. I have some Anubias in there that have since migrated. I have some Amazon swords that since migrated back into my 75-gallon tank as well. This was still running, and you could see how clear the water was at the time. And it pained me so to have to dismantle all of that. That was such an emotional moment because I literally sank probably 2 weeks of my time designing those green lava rock tubs with all the PVC and all this other stuff. And Yeah. So this is the pothos that eventually went back into the little aquaponic cups in the aquaponic system itself. I just split it into a whole bunch of pieces. And so here, what I was talking about is the height of water in the green tubs wasn't controlled by green tubs anymore. It was controlled by where it's flowing out into the final chamber with the pump. Because of how I drilled, generally speaking, if you do anything gravity flow, you want to make sure that everything else in succession is lower in actual height than the thing that you're trying to flow from. In my case, it was all on the same height, which restricted the flow, so that was a whole thing. Now, those of you with sharp eyes will notice how on that bendy pipe over there that comes to my pump, there wasn't any blue PVC glue. It didn't dawn on me that I completely forgot to glue it, which in about a month time after this, I had close to probably 100 gallons of my aquarium water come out because the pipe has finally popped off. So here you could see how I've connected the pipes. I actually used rubber connector pieces, and I had to kind of, because of the pipe swap route that I spoke about earlier, you could see how one of the pipes actually jumps on top of another one over there. But this setup, I love it so much that if I ever have to move my system, I will stock up on those rubber connectors, because it allows you to literally dismantle and disassemble everything very easy. Here's the problem. I have, by doing this connection thing, I've introduced the hydrolock. So what happened was, when I kick-started the system, half of my setup wouldn't flow at all. And here's a close-up view of one of those disgusting things. So in this clip, what I'm discussing is my hydrolock issue. Basically what happened was, when I was testing out everything in my setup, I didn't have it connected to my house. So because I glued the pipe the way that it was, the water that was in the refugium backflowed through the pipe and filled up the space to a particular height. And you could kind of sort of see it in the refugium over there. It drained just below the outflow, and however much water was in there. So when water started coming out from the fish tank itself, it compressed water in between refugium and the fish tank, and basically hydrolocked this whole thing. And so what I ended up doing, I wasn't aware that that was the case, and so I was trying to hunt down a blockage, and so I loosened that rubber connector slightly, and highly pressurized air came out, and of course water started flowing and all this stuff. So that was a lesson learned. This over here I'm pointing out is the outflow to everything. This is something I have yet to address. Basically, for me to drain the barrels, which would have to be done once every however many months, I need to plug something in there. And one of the ideas that I was kicking around is to make a permanent attachment I'm not sure if I'm ready for that level of commitment, but is what it is. And I'm just kind of discussing hypothetical possibilities of training it off to the side or something along those ways. So this is where I was talking about moving my old equipment out and basically clearing out as much space as I could. Moving some things, like hoses into barrels just to keep them off the ground for time being. Eventually, all of that got hauled off, but that was low on my priority list. This sump is way more than 9 years old because I bought the fish tank used in 2014. So it has seen better days, obviously, but it's still very much functional. At that point, I have not yet reconnected 75-gallon tank, and I have not yet done anything to the inside. Unfortunately, this Jack Dempsey up here on the left-hand side got stuck, got banged up really badly. He is healing. It's been about a month and a half since this happened. But this is the danger of changing your landscape. When I ripped out the 3D background out of there, and then I had to take the 3D background out of the tank, I guess he just wasn't prepared. So, nonetheless, some of the bigger plants actually made their way into the back of the tank, and you could see that over there in the back, behind all the curious fish. So this is where Jack Dempsey got stuck in. He swam into one of those empty things and couldn't get out. He was just way too big, and he kept banging his back against the sharp edges, and that's how he got all tore up. And as I'm recording this, obviously the inside of the tank looks nothing like this anymore. So all of this had to come out as well. Mercifully, through all of the kind of kerfuffle that I was going through, as you see, fish are actually doing quite well. So here I'm discussing placement of the return pipe and how I introduced the T in there. Put one of those rubber connectors that gave me a little bit of a flexibility to move the funnel thing up and down. Basically, when I got the tank and I drilled the holes, this is like 2014, I drilled a hole in the middle of the tank with intent of placing standpipes, just like I did for everything else. What I didn't realize at the time was that I couldn't put the actual standpipe into the bulkhead because it was hitting the top of the acrylic centerpiece. And that's kind of the reason, like, instead of introducing a rubber coupling back then, I went through the whole process of not having a standpipe and having check valves over by where the pump was, etc. So this over here, I'm discussing what I had to do with the intakes. Basically, one of my intake pipes was like a primary intake pipe. Secondary to that was at a slightly different height. And so once I started messing with it, it caused my bulkhead to leak on the inside of the house. So be very, very careful. That was an adventure in itself. Thankfully, I rectified it since. And so at this point, I'm actually trying to dial in how water flows without, any more further hydrolocking issues. And that's what I'm talking about in the video clip. And so if you see out of the corner of your eye where the pump is, there's that quick disconnect piece, and right underneath of it, there's actually a check valve. So what happens is when the water shuts off, it closes off the valve, basically. And that's what has lasted me for the last 9 years. I still kept it in there, even with the new design, but I've since added the standpipe to give me a bigger safety margin. And so what I've discovered, and this is what I'm talking about in this clip, is how every time I would shut the water off, water would begin, basically would overflow. And the reason why it would overflow is because obviously 32-gallon plastic container doesn't hold enough volume. By the way, this is an example of a check valve that's sitting there with like a little flapper valve thing. So at the end, what I ended up doing, I put an emergency barrel basically outside of the greenhouse that's going to be empty all the time, and is going to have a fountain pump that turns off when it runs dry. And in case you're wondering where to get one of those, I bought it at Harbor Freight Tools. So this is where I discovered I just didn't have enough air using one system, which is when I connected basically both of the air pumps to churn both sides of the barrels. And that's how the hose is routed, all the way up on top. And then back to where electrical junction box is. All through this process, I kept having issues with the stupid door. There's something wrong with the design of the actual door, and it keeps getting stuck even still, and on the bottom edge of it, it keeps coming out of its channel. So when I have time on my hands, I intend to actually fix that. Alright, this is where I discovered one of my first major issues. As you see, I've had to cut the pipes off. Basically what happened was, I forgot to glue one of the 90-degree corners. You could see it right there in the image. There's blue glue everywhere with exception of one. And so all of a sudden it popped off after sitting there and working fine for like 3 weeks or so, and it popped off right there. That's where I forgot to glue it. I have no idea how I forgot, but that wasn't the only place where I forgot. And ironically, here's the crazy part about it. I think that the reason why I forgot to glue it is because that very pipe had to be bent using a heat gun on the top where it was crooked connected to the refugium. And that's probably the reason why. Because have I glued it in the right place, it would have more than likely been straight. Nonetheless, I had to cut the pipes off and all this other stuff to get there. So this is further along in the process. This is where I discovered that nighttime my outside light wasn't providing enough light to the plants. In the future clips, I actually added light system. Basically, over the next 2 months, I spent a lot of time stopping and starting the system, fixing something, fixing a leak, identifying something. Looking back at this clip, one of the plastic tubs at this point haven't yet been tinkered with. In this, like the one with the blue strap around it hasn't, at this point at least, hasn't bulged way beyond. I'm just here talking about how the flow goes to everything, generally speaking, for both sides. This 90-degree up is actually doing me quite well. It's adding a little bit of air into the mix, so it means that I don't have to run air pump in there. That being said, my main tank, I'm actually using air stones for time being, and I think I'm gonna keep them in there in the foreseeable future until I 100% make sure, because otherwise the system doesn't aerate enough. I'll have to engineer something in the last barrel as it connects to the house to oxygenate it. So those pieces of tape that you see over here on this pipe is where I messed up on the 3 holes. I drilled them bigger diameter than the actual size of the cups. And here I'm just trying to strategize about how to remove all of this stuff. Because I got so tired of dealing with leaks, every day coming in there. Everything is wet, water is leaking everywhere. In case you're wondering what I'm using for the return pipe, the very first one, this is like 9 years ago, I went with Harbor Freight 4,500 gallons. That was way too strong. So I downgraded to Harbor Freight 2,500 gallon pump. The one that actually came with a fish tank, it used to be a DC pump. Don't quote me on that. I think the company is called Danner. But that wasn't anywhere powerful enough to do what I needed it to do. Which is the reason why I upgraded. And another thing, fish tank pumps, while you could control them, especially the ones that are like DC, it has a fancy dial and everything, they just don't provide enough flow. But most importantly, they're also very expensive, and you can't just go. Here's the thing: if something catastrophically goes wrong, you can't just go to a store, because the fish store, if the fish store even exists, more than likely is out of them. So I needed to have a solution that I could just go to Harbor Freight. If not this one, then another one. If not that one, then a third one. In this clip, I'm describing where the top of the fish tank is, where the outflows used to be, and how routing of the new system is now being controlled by the height of the intake pipes on the inside. So I haven't had to basically put this in this particular way. This is actually exactly how I got the hydrolock issue. And this is where I had to flip one of the pipes over the other one. If I ever move homes in the future, I will actually flip it back the other way. I'm just describing where the edge of my fish tank is, where the intake pipe is, and what's causing the hydrolock issue. I actually posted this very clip to do-it-yourself group on Facebook. Couple of people recommended that I install air valves into the mix to kind of prevent it from happening. Basically, what you want to do is, if you're doing something like this and you're gluing things like that, you want to clear out the pipes and make sure that there's no hydrolock issue. So hydrolock issue will occur under two circumstances. The first one is when you have accumulation of air. That's assuming that your system isn't designed properly in the first place, which is what causes hydrolock issue. The second one is when your system is designed properly, but the backflow of the water in the initial setup, because water is not compressible, it basically creates a blockage for the rest of the water. So because you're just gravity flowing water instead of forcing it with something like a shop vac, that's what caused the hydrolock issue. If I had to recommend anything to anybody, I would recommend somebody to take a shop vac and suck all of that out or blow all of that out during connection process. But because I was connecting one running piece to a completely different running piece, it just added all of that. This is where I discovered another issue, that one hydroponic system was working, the other one wasn't at all. A little bit further on, I actually add a ball valve to one of the aquaponic systems, simply because there's like a T in there, and one is slightly lower than the other one or something, so water just makes it into one and not the other one. And I'm just spending the rest of the time here describing how and what I did to basically prevent hydrolock. So functionally what I did was I took every single rubber piece and slid it down, and I just let the water drain out as much as it could to clear itself out, basically. This is when I discovered that I had to buy some more cinder blocks for my 75 gallon to put it back. Tank at this moment, between the outside and the inside, was running off FX6s, two FX6s by Fluvolt, and which allowed me to constantly turn off everything in the back over there without impacting here. Fish were happy, so that's all that counts. So the first pipe was one of the intakes. Second one is the emergency pipe that at certain level drains the tank to prevent overflow, basically. At this point, Jack Dempsey, despite being hurt, was actually in good spirits. And he was healing, so that's really good. And so on the bottom of all of this setup, there's ball valves as well. So technically I could turn off some of the valves. So that's the return with the T. The two left pipes, you could see how one is visibly higher than the other one. So shortening the one on the right hand side basically caused the leak in the bulkhead, because I tried to remove the top 90-degree angle piece and then tried to wiggle out the pipe, which in turn did something to the bulkhead, and that was just a mess. And I'm describing how in the previous setup it was actually going under and then going on top. Another thing that I had to do was preserve as much water as possible, because my filtration system turning on and off all the time was beginning to impact quality of the water. And so I couldn't do regular water changes like I normally do. And I was actually contemplating adding a third FX6 into the setup, or maybe even hanging on the back somehow, trying to just get things rolling. One of the things is in the future, if I ever move homes, what I would like to do is I would like to design a system where I could move all of my fish and just not have to worry about keeping them alive while I'm doing some crazy project with something. When you have a self-contained aquarium versus a huge engineering project like this, it's just such a, I don't know. So I need options. And because I moved the IBC tote out of there, I couldn't even use that. Those are the pumps that I was using to test the system. I'm still using them to this day, but for different things. To, drain things and add water and all this other stuff. I'm just trying to dial all the water flow from the right places, and that's where I'm talking about. See how it's trickling barely on one side but not the other? So that was a big deal. I had to do something about it, and that's when I had to cut that PVC pipe. there's a very, very slight difference in height between the left and the right side, and that's what's basically drawing water to one end and not the other one. But that was kind of my fault because I introduced a T into the pipe to basically split one flow between the two spots. And because I was doing it blindly, so the only way to fix it would be to introduce a ball valve, and that's what I'm talking about over there. This is how water comes out. Slightly pressurized on this side and not so much pressurized on that side, so which led me to believe that my drainage was out of whack. And that was another one of the driving factors with this whole setup. Not to mention the fact that this kept leaking. And as you can see on this side, all of a sudden water just stopped flowing almost entirely. I've lost probably close to like 1.5 inches of water on that side versus this side. And then it started leaking out of that little further pipe that I've talked about in the past. See how with the pipe being turned, it basically starts draining out of the hole. So I had to eventually rotate the pipe to prevent this from leaking out like that. And then another thing that happened is it started leaking from right there on literally every single connection. So more specifically, it was leaking out of the uniseal. And I spent the next month or so trying to use Flex Seal and Silicone GE1 or GE Silicone 1, whatever it's called. Such a, yeah. I hope to be able to find a viable replacement in the future for the end caps, but for time being, I guess it will do. As it stands now, on April 2, 2023, the leaks have stopped, so I'm just gonna leave it as is for time being. But it will have to be rectified eventually. Alright, a little further on in the process. So in case you're wondering why this video is so long, basically I recorded close to 40 clips, and every week I'd have about 2 that I would record. So this is over the course of like 4+ months really, in terms of time frame. And instead of publishing 40+ videos, I just decided to roll them all into one. That way it would be, easier to tell a story. So this is where I've connected another pump, started churning. You could see that pump on the bottom, and it's churning this as well. So now there's 2 110-liter air pumps powering this whole setup. I got my water to drain a lot better. And even with that, I've since dialed it to work even better. But at this point in me recording this, there wasn't enough pressure in the system. By the way, just point of water. You see me sticking my hands into the water all the time. Do keep in mind that I was constantly washing my hands nonstop. I have used probably close to 3 bottles of Dawn dishwasher detergent because I didn't want to get any kind of bacteria into any cuts that I would have on my hands or anything like that. I was constantly twiddling with aquarium water, which obviously has bacteria in it. And so between the video clips, I would be, washing my hands and making sure, because I've heard horror stories where people that professionally maintain fish tanks get nasty infections. It's so very easy to get an infection when it comes to fish tanks. People never think about it, but in process of building all of this, I've actually sustained a whole bunch of cuts. Once again, here I'm talking about adding a ball valve that couldn't buy because of supply chain issues. One of the other challenges of this whole setup is that I actually had to make it modular. In case I ever need to move this or whatever, or disassemble it or whatever, I want to be able to just take things off really quick. So this has been shot about a month ago in terms of, so this is probably like beginning of March, if I had to guess, of 2023. Just to give you some semblance of a timeline. Filtration system is running, it's constantly leaking, I'm constantly adding water. But at that point it was already running. You know, it's incredible with me coming back and looking at the setup. And as many times as I've showed the pump, I still haven't identified that I forgot to glue that PVC pipe. It's just... Anyways. Alright, further on in the process, this is where I finally took all the pothos that I had in the barrel and basically subdivided by each individual cup. Since then, probably close to 10% of pothos actually died. I don't know if it's anything to do with this specifically. I used to keep pothos just thrown into my sump, and it would thrive in there, basically in the water, submerged basically almost the entire time. This was its kind of trial by fire for the first time in its life cycle to be exposed to air, and I think that's what contributed to some of the pothos shriveling up and dying. But whatever, you know what, it grows so fast and I have tons of it on my property, so I have wild grown pothos on top of it. So I have a never ending supply, and my goal is to just basically make it work for time being. This is before I heavily planted this tub as well. So what I had to do was, because I was moving landscape and whatever else in the big tank in a few days from then, I ended up taking quite a bit of those plants and actually putting it into that container over there. This is me taking scissors to the pothos, just basically chopping it up into pieces and shoving it in there, and talking about how the roots of it, or what's left of the roots, are basically touching. So if you notice in that particular cup, a chunk of pothos is actually touching water, so that's good. Here you could see how unbelievably crystal clear the water is. Honestly, I can't believe I have not thought of this 9 years ago. Here I've actually more or less dialed the water in the aquaponics setup. That's why it's flowing out of both ends. And I'm talking about how if I had to move the standpipe or did anything with the standpipe, how much of water would drain from the tank. One of the things that I was doing slowly, day by day, is you gotta understand, obviously, just like anybody else, I'm working. So I'd be doing it after coming home from work. And so I really only had like an hour or so of time to dedicate to any of this stuff. And there's only so much that you could do in an hour, and there's only so much that you could finagle with without jeopardizing something else. So all of this was incremental and slow, both deliberately and just circumstantially, really. Off in the corner over there, you could see how I've installed the ball valve on the aquaponic system, which is what ultimately allowed me to drain both sides. Downside to having put all that PVC pipe is that access to that specific side of the tank got to be somewhat of an issue. So that's why I found myself actually walking through the middle of the greenhouse. Temperature started creeping up just a little bit. But as you see, it's leaking like a sieve from every pore. By this point, my blood was just way beyond boiling point with the whole green top setup. It is so disappointing when you do everything right and it still comes out horribly wrong. But I guess you live from mistakes. All this spray that you see is actually Flex Seal. This is when I was trying to, contain the leaks. On bulkheads, it didn't dawn on me still at this point. This is already like 3 months into the process. That my seals were on the wrong side. Still. This is me talking how I have my dual air pump set up. Eventually, one of the air pumps is going to be shut down. So I'm just waiting for media to accumulate enough bacteria to be slightly negatively buoyant. Until then, I'm gonna keep. By the way, it's always good to have spares on hand, because if something shuts down, breaks down, by the time it gets to your house, if it's available, your bacteria dies. So just having an extra one on hand is always a good change. So this is me having dialed in this intake. This is still before I rescaped my fish tank. As you see, the standpipe that's to the left of there is standing slightly crooked. I didn't want to mess with it any further. I was just terrified. The fish that you see in the shot there is called green terror. And I have a bunch of those in the tank. And I believe those blue ones are Imbuna, or I'm really bad with fish names. I just go and pick them out by color. This is my FX6 on the bottom. This is me describing on this side where there's no leak what the issue is. If you kind of look up in there, you could see how bulkhead is in an extremely impossible to reach spot. When I bought the fish tank, I bought it with this fish stand. The person that built this tank or bought this tank, I think it was built in place. That's the way the lady described to me. They perma-glued the back. Like, I literally can't even fathom. Why would you want to spend thousands of dollars on acrylic and then permanently glue a sheet of black acrylic to the back? Which is the reason why I was forced to pull bulkheads on the bottom of the tank instead of the back of the tank where I wanted them. Nonetheless, in this shot, I'm basically talking about how I cut one of the pipes. And so two of them are actually at about the same height now, which makes the drainage work and yada yada yada. The problem is this exact pipe that I'm pointing my fingers at, once I touched it by like literally a hair, it started dripping water from the bottom. Mercifully, I had a tub standing underneath of it as a safety precaution for my FX6 rather than for the actual bulkhead. And so then I had to embark on this impossible to do exercise where I couldn't even fix the issue. You could hardly, as you could see, you could hardly get any tool in there, period. So I was able to take grip pliers to get in there, turn the bulkhead just by a smidge. And then I then contemplated the right way of fixing this problem, the leaky bulkhead, without draining the tank, removing the fish, and all this other stuff. I went to Walmart to buy JB Weld water weld so that I could underwater at least stick all that goo on top of the bulkhead. And then when I was there, I walked right by where it said Flex Seal, and I don't have a lot of faith in that Flex Seal product to begin with, because all that spraying that I was doing trying to contain leaks didn't work. So what I did was right next to it, there was Gorilla tape. I have extremely high success rate with anything Gorilla product, and I was like, well, let me give it a try. So the way I did this was, this is 10 feet of Gorilla tape that could be applied underwater. And what I've done is I cut out strips of Gorilla tape and placed a PVC pipe like you see up here, and cut out small little chunks from the middle of every piece. That's why you see all those little pieces over there. And so each piece was about 1.7 inches wide, and I, underwater, because this allegedly works underwater, I was able to go around the pipe on top of the bulkhead, and then slightly in between the bulkhead and actual floor of the tank. And to my miracle, to my surprise, I kid you not, like my jaw was floored. It continued to drip slightly another like day and a half or so, but that was residual water that was underneath the actual tape. So the pressure of the water was pressing on the tape, pressing it further, and sticking it to acrylic even more. And so what ended up happening, I believe I have like 8 pieces of that tape with the center holes cut out going around the standpipe. And lo and behold, it stopped it. Knock on wood, it stopped the drip. This is about a month ago in terms of filming. It hasn't, dripped ever since. So, secondary to that, I went ahead and ordered me another 3D printed bulkhead tool. I had one before. I bought a second one, and I cut out the center of the actual bulkhead tool to allow me to, at the very least, remove bulkheads if I ever had to, because like on the bottom of the bulkhead, this up here, you could see I had this crazy idea that if this tape wasn't going to work, I was going to take this inflatable pool and put it right here in my one of my rooms. And because some fish could be poking holes in it, I actually also bought a tarp that would go. So this is about 270 some gallons up to that line over there. And to prevent fish from poking holes in it, I also bought a tarp that's obviously bigger than the pool. Mercifully, I didn't have to use it. But I decided to keep it and not return it back to the store. Simply because if I ever need to do something like that, at the very least now, I have the option to do so. And I know this is like a ridiculous thing, but hear me out. When you're in a bind and you need to rectify this issue, this is just, so to get you an idea, this piece of tarp is $19, and this pool is like another 20 or so. So like for $40, you could actually have an emergency pool system to, at the very least, rectify your leaking problems. So the problem with bulkheads is that if you place them in the bottom of the tank and you don't have an overflow setup, like for example in drilled aquariums for marine tanks, you can't take out the bulkhead without fully draining the tank. It's just physically impossible. Which is why in this tank, because of that glued sheet of acrylic in the back, I wasn't able to install my bulkheads on top of the tank. Because if your bulkheads are on top of the tank, all you have to do is just drain enough water out of the tank. If I ever end up buying another acrylic aquarium, which is likely, I'll pay far more attention to, but honestly, still, I'm still kind of like, why would you spend thousands of dollars on acrylic and then destroy ability to see through the tank? Whatever. I bought it used. It is what it is. I got an absolute killer deal on it at the time. It cost me as much money to move the tank as it did to buy the tank. And so, I'm just happy to have it in the first place. Now, since then, there's a lot more people that have acrylic tanks. And so now, every once in a while, I get notifications on Facebook Marketplace. And there's so many people with ginormous tanks. And my hand is awfully itchy to pull the trigger. And but not at this time, though. Not at this time. Maybe in the future. But this is actually one of the reasons why I expanded my filtration system. I basically quadrupled its capacity to allow something like that in the future. Okay, so this is me talking about basically getting a different size hole saw. I had a crazy idea in trying to salvage this green container thing to possibly try and drill smaller holes to install the uniseals. No difference whatsoever. None whatsoever. The difference in hole saws, I think, and don't quote me on that, one is like 2.5 inches or something, and the other one is like 2 3/8. No difference whatsoever. You could see how Uniseal, has a thickness to it, right? Like right there. And when you are trying to put it into a fairly small, narrow piece of plastic, there's just not enough sealing area. Like you need to be putting Uniseals into something that is a 1/4 inch or at least a centimeter thick. So it has to be really, really thick. So this was another failed kind of thing. On the bright side, I now have different size hole saws that I expanded my collection. I have a whole bunch of different sizes ranging from 1/2 inch to like 6 inches or so. I just didn't have 2 3/8. So that's the Flex Seal with a spray bottle that I did my best in trying to contain this mess. That didn't work at all. This up here on the right is my emergency overflow. I think I'll get around to talking about it in this video. Crazy squirrels. So this is where you start seeing how my container started bowing. It's been like 2.5 months, and out of nowhere it started expanding. But by this point, I decided to nuke all that green setup. I completely ripped it out, as you can see. There's nothing left. And what I had to do is I had to re-engineer how it was connected in such a way that would allow me to that's the extra lava stones that I've had in there. I actually had to use a lid on this top because it kept splashing out. So here I'm talking about how I had to cut it, and then using the pieces again because I had a deficit, and because like at this point we're just spending way too much money on all of this. So I did my best in trying to preserve whatever bits and parts. And here you could actually see what happens when you turn the electricity off, right? It all drains into that one tub, but that one tub isn't enough to contain everything. Same exact design on the other side. You could see wet wood that actually came from having to pull all of that stuff off. And you could also see a garden hose attached to a spigot there. That's basically my setup that I settled for time being. Another thing that I had to deal with was this. I read about it on the forums and people talked about it in YouTube videos. It doesn't seal fully. So I actually had to go and put seal in there. And this is where it keeps popping out of the channel. This is one of the most ridiculous things. But nonetheless, I added the second layer of that exact seal over there. So now it's fully shut. This is the close-up of that seal. This side actually seals perfectly fine. And that's the ball valve for aquaponics system, and you could kind of sort of see how, in trying to contain the leaks, the whole setup is turning out to be a little bit more messy. Those are the containers. Removed all this other stuff that was connected to all of this. This container is basically emergency overflow for the main barrel. And so the way that works is that bulkhead actually drains underneath, diagonally, and then up the hill, and then into this barrel. And so what happens is, because 32 gallons is obviously way less than 55-gallon barrel, there's far less volume of water that could go in there. Not to mention the fact that I reduced volume even further by drilling holes where I did. So in order to facilitate that amount of water, I actually had to put emergency system outside that's going to be empty all the time. In case I ever move, I will probably move that barrel on the inside of the system somewhere, since I removed the green tubs out of there. I'll move it on the inside. And so inside of it, there's a fountain pump that's rated for 200 gallons per hour from Harbor Freight. And once it runs dry, it turns off, basically. And this, I'm just comparing difference between 55-gallon barrels, how they just generally contain far more volume. Alright, so this up here is after I have rescaped the inside of the fish tank. So, and I talked about it at the beginning of this video. No point in covering it again. Fish are happy, so that's all that matters. And what I'm saying here is I've actually added one of my Voyager 10 recirculation wave makers back into the tank to circulate all this stuff. Washing out this fluoride gravel was a pain, but because I bought that sifter on Amazon, that actually made it way easier. And when I added all this into the tank, 90% of the typical mess that you get with this kind of stuff was gone. So it didn't particularly cloud my tank all too much. And because of how effective filtration is, it actually filtered itself out very quickly. So what I'm pointing at is I have both South American and African cichlids, and they have obviously completely different habitat in the wild. So imbunas, for example, which are called the rockfish, from Africa, they live around rocks. And so because I haven't had rocks in there for 9 years, their behavior was completely different to their natural habitat. And so in redesigning this landscape, I had to accommodate every kind of cichlid species that I have in there. And so there's plants and rocks and wood and holes to hide in and little cave things going on. And fish have been marking out their territory ever since. And then every day I come back and they moved. So this is, I'm still working out, trying to level out my water in the tank. The floor of my house and the floor of the outside of my house apparently is crooked by that much. And so you can't notice it because you have like no measurable anything, but this being 8 feet long and the outside filtration room being 16 feet long, it's kind of how you get to see that kind of stuff. But at least it drains properly, so that's all that matters. And my FX6s have been completely stripped out of any biological and etc. media. I put a whole bunch of lava rocks inside of them. Instead, I am using them basically to just filter out dissolved solids in the water column. I'm dripping water non-stop, finally for first time in like 3 months. And basically what I'm doing is every day I'm taking about 75 gallons of water out of there so I could donate it to my 75-gallon tank, which has ADA Amazon version 2 soil that's giving out ammonia like crazy. So I'm having to do like a 90% water change daily for the first week. Every other day, second week, a couple times a week for the third week, and once a week for the. So in that process, I'm clearing out this water and helping out with the other tank as well. Right, and that's the 75-gallon tank. I'm still in process of moving plants into it. And I also just put a surface skimmer from Eheim in one of the corners. So goal of that tank isn't to house fish. It's basically to grow plants that will eventually go back into my either the tank itself or the refugium outside. And there's going to be a CO2 setup on it as well. I just haven't got around to doing it quite yet. Funny thing about fish, placing gravel in places where you want it is completely pointless. Because literally every single day after escaping this, I wake up and I wake up at 5:30 in the morning, so I look at my fish tank while drinking my cup of coffee, still waking up, and gravel looks completely different day to day. Every little fish moves gravel to and from every single day. So this is the second wave maker. I've actually taken it out. And this is me showing how I've had to take my old modified screens and actually modify them even further. So like I said, the second wave maker in the back there has been taken out since. And having just one gives it enough of a swirl in the tank. Previously, this tank used to be marine, and there was a wave maker timer thingamajig that would alternate and basically simulate the sloshing of the waves and everything. That's the reason why I have two. So this is where I finally rectified the bowing. I didn't have video of it bowing, but it was protruding like another almost a foot to foot and a half out. I have no idea why it ended up bowing like that all of a sudden. It had to be rectified, so I constructed a frame from pressure treated 2x4s. If there's one thing that I know about pressure treated 2x4s is that once you start putting screws into them, they start cracking, and that's the reason why I also put a strap around them just to be sure in case there's any funny business. In deconstructing my FX6s, I've taken some of the pot scrubbies, threw them into the same space as well. It never hurts too much to add more filter material. And you could also see that I've added lights in there. That's why it kind of sort of looks a little bit yellowish. Plants are doing well. You know, they're hardly aquascape rated because they have algae growing on them, but it does the job. That's all I have to say. And because I basically butchered everything that I like, imagine a blob of plants that's about 2 feet by 2 feet by like this big blob. I basically had to separate all that out into tiny little strands, so that was a pain in the ass exercise. And I also have to be very careful because technically my filtration system is really running on like a quarter of its capacity. Here I started hanging some of the nets and other bits and bobs just out of the way, but still in access of things. You could see a bag of filter floss. I have not touched anything to do with filter flaws ever since I built the system. So in 4 months, I haven't had to manually tinker with anything, change anything, clean anything out. It is fully self-sufficient. Here you notice some empty holes, as some of my pothos have decided to die. Average temperature that's kept in here is about 80 something plus degrees. Almost 27 Celsius-ish, thereabouts. This is just a little close-up. Basically what I've done is I've taken scrap 2x6s, placed underneath of the 2x4s to kind of elevate it sort of halfway through the midpoint. I don't know if I would advise to use those containers. If you do, I would advise that you build the frame around them while you're putting them in, because that way you're going to be able to mitigate for it. It is a cost-efficient solution. Little tidbit, at this point, I've actually finally rectified the bulkhead issue. Everything was glued, which further complicated, but I was able to undo the nuts and basically slide the gasket through the actual drilled hole to the proper side of the containers, which made them stop leaking. This is where I'm talking about what happens to the overflow of water when this is shut off, and how it all kind of ties in together. I also disconnected this emergency drain pipe, slid it out of the way, connected it to this blue discharge hose. I'm gonna keep it that way for time being, since my whole green container setup didn't particularly work in the way that I wanted. But so this brings me to basically almost live, as this particular clip was filmed right before April 1st. I don't foresee giant changes, but thank you for sticking around this long. I'm pretty sure that the only reason why you would even watch this is because you're interested in building yourself. So I hope you learn from my mistakes. I hope you avoid some of the issues that I ran into. And thanks for tuning in.